I hope that it will continue and it will be in the coming years. So the fundamental principle of this symposium is not like any other workshops that generally you attend. It's not only the exchange of information and knowledge, but the idea of this workshop is to also, the sort of motivate ourselves and also brainstorm out that how, as a neuroscientist and as a scientist in general, we can engage with the society, and which is very critical for any institution that has to survive over the years. It has to make a lasting contribution to the society, and the research that is funded by the society has to deliver something to the society. That's the whole idea. Now, obviously, the what we do is quite fundamental, and they are much more further away from a direct application, like finding a pill for your headache or sleeplessness. But having said that, we can actually also do the same thing. There is nothing wrong in finding a pill which can help us remember better or get rid of our stress. So both this kind of research and what we do to understand the basis of how things work are equally important. And so today, we are making a good beginning, and in the second half of today, we will enjoy a panel discussion between three segments of scientists. So one who are directly engaged in fundamental research, and the ones who are clinicians who actually deal with the disease and treat them on a daily basis. And also you will learn from the society, where we have invited some representatives, the NGOs and counselors who deal with the society directly. So these three groups of people will come together in a panel today, and they will discuss what are the necessities and how those necessities can be addressed. And that's the beginning and not the end of it. And I hope that we will get more and more such engagements in the coming years. So since it's a unique experiment, we all need your participation. This cannot be complete without your participation. So engage with all the speakers, engage with the panel, and discuss with the panel, on and off the panel, and so that you also learn, you also become aware, and you also start contributing to the society in the long run. Okay. So with all this, I welcome you today morning, and let us start.
Thank you, Krishna. So before we get started, I have few announcements to make. So we have, I hope that everybody got the session details, and we handed over to you, and we have sort of chairs for each session, and we have decided Professor Rishikesh Narayan will be today's chair, and there will be another person given to you, and there will be also chaperones, student chaperones helping you with the keeping up with the times. There are, if you have seen that, there are plenary talks and the regular talks. For the plenary talks, we have 45 minutes, including discussions. That's why we think that if the speaker can spend 30 to 35 minutes, will be good, and we can engage in the discussion. For the regular talks, we have 30 minutes, so it's a 20 minutes or 25 minutes plus 5 to 10 minutes discussions. So I think our chaperones are well aware of that. They are going to maintain the time, help the session chairs. I think we should get started. For the first plenary talk, I think I will invite Arpan to introduce the speaker.
Thank you, Anindo, and thank you everyone for coming and participating in this meeting. I think it's a great meeting, and as Professor Krisharu Rai had already mentioned, the purpose is to talk about society in general, how our scientific applications can be taken from bench to society, right? So all the speakers are hence encouraged to have a couple of comments regarding that. And after every kind of set of talks, today morning as well as I think tomorrow, today is a panel discussion, but if you see the schedule, tomorrow also we will have a bit of discussion, so about half an hour of discussion, where if some of the questions, more sort of philosophical questions, if you feel will take more time, you can reserve them for the discussion session rather than asking the speaker directly. Of course, you can ask any questions, which are the short ones, preferably after the talk. So before I go to introduce Professor Krishnakunti Satyan, he had been a friend of NBRC. I have to say that for several years now, he had been helping us in different sort of things, sometimes administrative, sometimes scientific opinions, and sometimes coming to the meetings. So I would like to thank him here for that. And he recently also helped us organizing the outreach program we did at SFN, Society for Neuroscience meeting. And some of you already probably have seen these pictures in Twitter. Professor Satyan, coming back to his academic profile, is a very unique profile because he actually was trained in the clinic. So he studied MBBS in Christian Medical College, a very eminent medical college in India, and this was around in the 80s. And what intrigued him then is one of his professor, as he tells me, who was a professor of neurophysiology, and his lectures ignited this interest to study neurophysiology at a much more deeper level. And he did actually, after he spent some time there with his professor, and then he went to do his PhD at University of Melbourne in tactile perception in the monkey, with the monkey as a model, which is, all is about, we talk, study the research papers on monkey electrophysiology. So his work is quite seminal in that sense. Some of his work has been cited in Gray's Anatomy, for example, his anatomy work on tactile perception. After that, he did his postdoctoral period in University of Washington, and currently the lab he kind of heads. First, he did set up this lab is in Emory University, where he did a lot of foundational work, and now he is the chair of the neurology program in Penn State University in the Hershey campus, where his lab has been instrumental in looking a very interesting thing in the sense that how sound transforms into meanings, and the meanings, how we can use those meanings in the developmental phase of a language. So as we can see, of course, if you are talking about sound and language, it has immediate kind of implications for the society. So I think it is a great honor for us that he is going to chair the first talk and or give the first talk and tell us through his journey as well, and currently the work he's been doing with machine learning and AI with this system. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. You all hear me? Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Arpan, for that very nice introduction. And thank you for inviting me to visit NBRC. It's always great to visit. This is a really fantastic neuroscience institution. As I mentioned in DC, the students here, I think, are doing work of the highest quality with some of the mentors who can Thank you. And the faculty are doing work that's really world class. So the students here are very fortunate because I think you really are getting world class training, and you're equipped to do neuroscience, really pursue the questions that you wish to ask. And as you see, many of the students are in very prominent labs in the United States, and some of them may choose to come back here, some of them may choose to stay there. So What I wanted to do today is tell you a little bit about the studies we've been doing for the past few years. These studies uh, are conducted in collaboration with my long-term collaborator, Lynn Nygaard at Emory University, and have to do with this idea of sound symbolism. Get this to work. No, please not on. This doesn't seem to be on. Oh, the pointer is on, but is the USB in there? Yeah, it was working a while ago. Now the slide is not even advancing, even here. And I want to acknowledge this work has been funded by the NIH, specifically the National Eye Institute of the NIH. Thank you. So what is sound symbolism? The earliest written accounts of sound symbolism that is that we could find go back to Plato's Cratylus dialogue. So as you know, Plato, famous Greek philosopher, what he did was he taught through dialogues. So you have two people here adopting two extreme different viewpoints. So this dialogue is between Hermogenes, who is an extreme linguistic conventionalist, and he argues that nothing but convention determines the names of objects. In other words, the language is completely arbitrary. And that's a pretty dominant view in the field. Cratylus is an extreme linguistic naturalist. And what he argues is that the names belong naturally to their objects. In other words, there is a non-arbitrariness to language, and this is what we call sound symbolic. That is, the sound of a word conveys its meaning, and that is called sound symbolism. So there's a pretty famous example of this. My colleague Ramachandran has been very influential in developing this idea. The earliest recorded instance of this is actually from Köhler, a German psychologist in 1929. So if you imagine this pointed shape, and you have another shape that's kind of rounded and blobby, and you associate sounds with them. Let's see if I can play the sound here. So that shape, if I play you that shape, if I play that shape, that sound to you, and then this sound, the majority of people will associate the spiky shape with the sound kike, because there's spikiness in the sound, and also a spikiness probably in how the articulation is rendered that matches the spikiness of the shape. Okay, and similarly for the other shape. So we call this set of pairings congruent. Sorry. And then this set of pairings incongruent. So if you pair kike with a spiky shape, that's a matched pair, a congruent pair. And if you pair lomo, I'm not going to play that again, with the spiky shape, that's an incongruent pair. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a series of neuroimaging studies using fMRI, where we try to understand what the neural basis of this phenomenon is. And then I'm going to segue into psychoacoustic studies, where we get a little deeper into what the psychological and the acoustic basis of this phenomenon is. Starting with neuroimaging studies, this is one of the first neuroimaging studies that we did. And what we did is we used those same two sounds, kike and lomo, and we paired them with these shapes in either congruent pairings or incongruent pairings. And so the stimuli for this, what we call these multisensory audiovisual pairs of these auditory pseudo words and visual shapes. So these are pseudo words because they're not real words, right? But they're word-like. So they're useful stimuli for us to begin to understand how the sound of a word can convey its meaning. So the association of this sound with this shape is sort of a stand-in for meaning, because the spikiness of the sound represents the spikiness of the shape, and that's how we're going to explore this. So these are psychophysical data taken from the people who were involved in this fMRI study, and these data are obtained outside the scanner. And what we're doing is we're measuring the reaction. We're measuring the reaction time for what's called an implicit association test. I'll quickly tell you what that test is. This is a test that was actually designed at Harvard and has been used in many different forms. So probably it was originally introduced to study what is called implicit bias. So if you pair on any given trial, one key represents one of the sounds and one of the shapes. So if you pair them such that the sound and the shape are congruent, that's one set of trials. The other set of trials is if you pair them incongruently. And what you see here is that for all the participants in this study, the reaction time for the congruent pairing is shorter than the reaction time for the incongruent pairing. And if you look at the average, you can see that this is quite a substantial difference, almost 200 millisecond difference in reaction time between the incongruent and congruent, which is huge in terms of reaction times, and you have a significant difference there. So this establishes that in fact people take longer when for incongruent stimuli because they have to press the same button when, say, for example, PK and the rounded shape versus the congruent pairing. Since the crowd's relatively small, if there's anything that's not clear, please feel free to stop me and I'll try to explain that further, because these are all young people. And all the studies I'm going to talk about today are going to be on young people. So there could be effects of age. It's a good question. And that becomes very important, especially as we want to study disease states and so on and so forth. So these are the main fMRI findings from this study. We see that activities in a number of, I'll just summarize them by saying there are a number of frontoparietal cortical regions. And these are activations that were greater for the incongruent than the congruent condition. So what people did in the study is they were listening, they were encountering these audio-visual stimuli, but they were asked only focus on the auditory pseudo words and make a two alternative force choice. So in other words, they had to press a button whether it was kike or lomo in the presence of a visual shape that could be either congruent or incongruent. Okay, and we see that there are greater activations for the incongruent than the congruent conditions in these frontoparietal areas. And so we proposed that these activations probably reflect multisensory attention. So Arpan, so you were interested in studying this. So that is what we think is going on in this particular study. But as you see in this series of experiments, we need to do a number of different experiments from different angles to try to get converging evidence on what the neural basis might be. So let me tell you about the next experiment. And the results of this just came out earlier this year, Neuropsychologia. Same kinds of stimuli. The words are slightly different, kete and molo, the pseudo words. And again, the word kete, when it's paired with a spiky shape, that's a congruent pairing. Molo with a blobby shape, that's also congruent pairing. And then the opposite are the incongruent pairings. So this time, what we asked people to do was different. What we asked people to do was to process both the auditory and the visual stimulus and press one button if it was a match, the other button if it's a non-match. So in psychophysical studies, what we try to do is we try to make the response element very simple. And then we measure the accuracy and the reaction time of the response for those simple things. All the sophistication comes in designing the stimulus, designing the stimuli, so that we can get answers to a question of interest. And this is the abstract from the study. I don't expect you to read this whole thing now, but I just want to focus here on the hypotheses that we investigated in this study. Because as you know, science advances in terms of hypothesis. And what we try to do is we try to rule out hypotheses. It's very difficult to prove a hypothesis, contrary to what most people believe. What you have to do in science is try to rule out hypotheses, and that's science advances. So we had 3 hypotheses here. One is that sound symbolism involves language processing. In other words, when we are listening to these sounds and doing this cross-modal match, we're actually engaging the language system. And so the anatomical prediction of that is that you would engage the language network. The second hypothesis that this involves multisensory integration, because you the audio, auditory, and the visual input. Quite a simple hypothesis, and that would predict have activation in regions that mediate multisensory processing, classic multisensory areas, but also it has been shown that these unimodal areas, visual cortex, auditory cortex, and so on, are also engaged in multisensory processing. And the third hypothesis is that there is embodiment of speech in hand movements. This has to do with the evolutionary origins of language. One of the theories of the evolutionary origins of language is that the areas that involve in language evolved from what in primates, non-human primates who are very close to us, is involved in controlling hand and mouth movements. So, for example, gesture and speech are very closely related. You can see that when people talk, so gesture, and that has to do with the close relationship between hand movements and speech. So the idea here is that if indeed this theory is correct, that speech evolved from those hand movements, then we might expect to find regions responsible for sensory motor control of the hand and mouth in these sound symbolic studies. So we'll talk about the results of that. I'll just presage that by saying that we found evidence in support mainly of the first hypothesis, not so much for the third hypothesis. These are the main results from that study. I'm going to go over them fairly quickly. What we are seeing here is these are what are called univariate activation. So these are the classical seen fMRI. So we're asking voxels in the brain greater activity in condition compared to another condition. Okay, and we can do this in 2 ways. So shown in the warm colors are regions that had greater activity for the congruent compared to the incongruent condition, and these are in the left postcentral gyrus, which is somatosensory cortex, in the left superior temporal gyrus, which is auditory cortex, and in the left anterior fusiform gyrus, which is a higher area of visual cortex. So a number of sensory areas seem to be involved in this, in processing this. Also, the caudate nuclei bilaterally seem to be involved. The caudate nuclei are part of the basal ganglia, but are thought to be involved in cognitive functions. When we reverse the contrast and ask which areas have greater activity in the incongruent compared to the congruent condition, these are shown in the cool colors. There's a series of regions in the anterior insular cortex, in the left precentral sulcus where premotor cortex is, and in the left supplementary motor area, the motor areas. So and I'll come back in a moment to what might be underlying these, but basically, as I said, we have a number of sensory areas, and some of these motor areas are probably related to decisional processing. And these have all been undergone appropriate correction for multiple comparisons. I'm not going to dwell on the details here in the interest of time. We also did another used another method here, which has become quite commonly used in fMRI now, and this is called multivariate analysis. And this uses a machine learning approach, uses a support vector machine to basically classify the stimuli. So since we presented the stimuli in audiovisual pairs, we are training this classifier by giving it 11 runs of data. We had 12 runs that people took part in. So we train it on 11 runs to distinguish between the congruent combinations of Kete and the spiky shape from Molo and the rounded shape. And then so the machine, the algorithm sort of learns these trials, and then we test it in the left out run. Then we leave out another run. So in this case, perhaps we leave out the 12th run. Then we start with a different combination of runs and have a different run that's left out. And so we identify runs that are left out. And then we average the results of those. And we compare the ability of this discrimination to the incongruent discrimination, where the spiky shape is paired with the rounded sound and the rounded shape is paired with the spiky sound. Okay. And the prediction is that if this is sound symbolic processing going on, is that we would actually get easier or better performance of the classifier for the congruent condition than the incongruent condition. And that in fact is what we find. And the areas where we find this is very interesting, because one of the areas, the most interesting area for us that we see is in the left inferior frontal gyrus, pars opercularis, which is Broca's area. And Broca's area, as you know, is an area that's very involved in language processing. So this is one of the pieces of data that fits with our first hypothesis. The left supramarginal gyrus, that's over there and over here, is also involved in language processing and also shows this preferential decoding of the stimuli in the congruent compared to the incongruent condition. And we also find it in this visual area. So what is shown here is the performance, the accuracy of the classifier in decoding those stimuli in the congruent compared to the incongruent condition. And you can see that it's significantly greater in each of these three different areas. So the results, um, I think I missed a slide here, it looks like. Okay. Okay. So there's one slide that seems to be, okay. All right. And then I want to talk briefly about the third study that we did. This study is still ongoing, so the results are still preliminary at this point. We've only done 10 people who took part in this. What we are now doing studies, we are presenting these pseudo words like Kike and Lomo, and asking people to just classify them as rounded or pointed. Kike sounds kind of pointed, and Molo sounds kind of rounded. So just presenting the auditory stimuli without visual stimuli, and people can make a pretty reliable discrimination of these. As you can see, they're doing that with greater than 75% accuracy. We have a large number of trials, but in this study, we also included some real words and asked people to judge by the sound whether they sound rounded or pointed. Okay, and then we do the same machine learning classification. We do it across the whole brain. That's called a searchlight. So we ask which are the regions in the brain where we can reliable classification of these stimuli. For pseudo words, we find it in this region, right angular gyrus. This is an inferior parietal cortex, which is a multisensory region. And for real words, we find it in two areas: in the precuneus, which is medial parietal cortex that's involved in visualization, generating visual, and also in the left supramarginal gyrus, which I told you earlier is a language area. Okay, so the conclusions from this set of imaging studies so far is that there are processes and brain regions that are involved in the perception of sound symbolism for pseudo words and perhaps for words as well, because we're really interested in real words, right? We're using pseudo words to try to give us some insight into how the brain is processing real words. But when we do pseudo words, we can strip them of their semantic content and have people focus on just these auditory characteristics that we're going to hear more about in the next part of the talk. As I said, multisensory attention in the frontoparietal regions, somatosensory areas in the hand representation, which may have to do with that model, although the evidence for that is rather weak. We have visual, auditory, and multisensory processing, decision processes, as I said earlier, in motor areas in the anterior insula, and then language-related areas in Broca's area and the left supramarginal gyrus. Supramarginal gyrus is also involved in audio integration. So a number of different processes are involved, which is pretty true of any task that we engage in. And we need more experiments to try to sort out exactly what these different areas are doing. So I'm going to segue now to the second part of the talk, in which we're going to talk about psychoacoustic studies. So you can see the title of the slide very well there. But essentially, what we do here is we have a set of 537 pseudo words, which are of the form like Kike or Lomo, which are consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. Okay, consonants and vowel alternating. And we have 7 different scales, with each scale having 2 opposing dimensions. For example, rounded, pointed, hard, soft. We have a number of sensory dimensions, light, heavy, small, big, bright, dark. And we also have 2 abstract dimensions: arousal dimension with calming and exciting, and a valence dimension of good and bad. And what I'm showing you here is that we presented each of these scales, each of these 14 scales to 30 participants and asked them to rate. One group of participants rated on the roundedness scale, another group on the pointedness scale, and so on and so forth. And then what I'm showing you here is what's called a representational dissimilarity matrix. So what is shown here on the y-axis is 1 minus r, where r is the Pearson correlation value. 1 minus r is the dissimilarity. So that allows you to rescale from -1 to +1, which is what correlations go from. A dissimilarity scale from to 2. So you're only dealing with positive values. So at the top end of the scale, if things were negatively correlated, they are highly dissimilar. If things are positively correlated, they are highly similar. And if it's in the middle, they're uncorrelated. So what you see here at a glance, you can see that each scale is different from one of the other scales. And now if you look at it in more detail, if you look at rounded and pointed, you see here, for example, this is showing the relationship between this is the rounded scale. How does that compare with the pointed scale? It's a warm color, so it's high up over there, so it tends to be dissimilar. So the rounded scale is dissimilar from the pointed scale. But if you look at the pointed scale relative to the hard scale, you see it's pretty similar. Okay, so you see there are some interesting similarities between certain scales as well as opposing differences, and that's encapsulated in this representational dissimilarity matrix. We were interested in understanding what are the phonetic features that underlie each of these scales. I'm not going to go into a lot of details here, but you can distinguish the different consonants by place of articulation and manner of articulation. And here are some examples, and they're classified according to manner of articulation as sonorants, stops, and affricates and fricatives. And then the vowels are of different types too. Not very important to get into the details of all this. We can go into details if anybody's interested. But here are the interesting results from this. When we analyze the phonetic message of this slide is each of these attributes is associated with a different set of phonetic characteristics. Just like the matrix I showed you earlier, if at a glance you can see that the colors are varying all across, the matrix. And so, for example, for the rounded scale, there's a certain set of phonetic features with variable quantitative contributions that account for that. And we actually try to quantify that through a multiple regression analysis. The R squared values are given at the top, and the beta values for each of these regressors is given on the y-axis. So each of these, for example, the stops and affricates, we get the beta values relative to sonorants and so on. I'm not going to go into all those details. We then turn to the acoustic features that underlie these phonetic features. So there are certain phonetic. So what's really interesting and perhaps surprising is that elements like roundedness and hardness of objects are related in a very systematic way to phonetic features. That's what I just showed you. So now we're trying to understand what are the acoustic underpinnings of that. And we're really interested in this because the acoustic underpinnings now give a link between the rather high level phonetic features and what the coding actually is, because the acoustic features are presumably what are being encoded neurally, right? Here's another form of a representational dissimilarity matrix. And here what I'm showing you is a representational dissimilarity matrix for those 137 pseudo words rated shape from rounded to pointed. They ordered this way. And each cell of the matrix gives 1 minus r for a particular pair. So we're looking at the pairwise dissimilarity of all the 537 words in this matrix, range of observers. And then we're showing you the representational dissimilarity matrix for 3 acoustic characteristics. Okay, and the acoustic characteristics that we're looking at are spectral tilt, the fast Fourier transform, and the speech envelope. The speech envelope is perhaps the easiest to understand. It's kind of how the amplitude sort of modulates across time for the speech. Yes. No, it's a good question. But before we were focusing on 2x shapes. Here we have got 537 pseudo words which are graded from rounded to pointed. It should come in the middle. No, no, no. On the shape dimension, and if you ask people to rate them, we're asking them to rate them from 1 to 7. So some balls will be rated as 1, very rounded. Some balls will be rated as 7, very pointed. Some will be rated as 4 or 3 or 2, all along the range. And that's why you see these values all along the range. So this allows us to do a more continuous sampling as opposed to just binary sampling. Thank you. That's great. And so what we see here is then we form these representational dissimilarity matrices for these acoustic characteristics, and then we can do a second order correlation between this matrix and this matrix, this matrix and this matrix, this matrix and this matrix, and those are the R values that we're seeing here. You can see that there are highly significant correlations between these three acoustic characteristics for shape. So what you did now, I think the slide is no longer advancing. So we also look at another set of parameters that are related to voice quality. Thank you. And that's shown here. So for example, there's the harmonics to noise ratio, fraction of unvoiced frames, mean pitch, and so on and so forth. And shimmer and jitter, which have to do with variability of amplitude and frequency, respectively. Again, I don't want to go into details of all this because of time, but you can see that there are strong correlations, stronger correlations for some parameters than for other parameters. So this way we can try to figure out which are the parameters that are most important for this rating of shape. And it turns out, if you look at this is just a simple table for all these different attributes of an object. We have different combinations of acoustic parameters that are involved, and we can quantify that in terms of based on the kinds of data that I just showed you, the second order correlations of the RDMs for spectrotemporal and conventional correlations for vocal, and you get this kind of correlation matrix. So again, the point here is that for each of these domains, you have different sets of acoustic features that come into play. And again, what we and here you can see the correlation values on the y-axis. So I want to, in the last part of the talk, tell you about some work that Vinod Kumar has been leading in my lab. Vinod did his PhD here in Professor Arpan Banerjee's lab, and he's a postdoc in my lab right now. So what he's done is applied a different kind of machine learning model, the KNN model, and this is basically the outline of that algorithm. So we have 12 different parameters, 3 spectrotemporal and 9 vocal parameters. There are 4,094 combinations of those 12 parameters. So those parameters, we have an n parameter space. It could be 1 parameter, it could be 12 parameters. You can compute the Euclidean distance based on the pairwise dissimilarities of those 237 pseudowords. Square root of 537 is approximately the nearest integer is 23. So we take 23 as the neighborhood size given by k, and then compute the rating for a given pseudoword based on the modal ratings of its 23 nearest neighbors. That's what we're trying to do. So ratings for all these pseudowords into this space and parameter space, which is difficult to conceptualize if you've got more than 3 dimensions, right? And then we concatenate the ratings thus derived for all these 537 pseudowords into a vector and correlate that with the vector of the auditory ratings, iterate that across all these combinations to find the combination that's correlating best with the auditory ratings. So this allows us to come up with a model, and for each of these different scales that we test, you can see the parameters that comprise the best fit model, and those are evaluated based on the correlation of that model of ratings derived from the model, ratings that were observed from these individual subjects. And here is a multiple regression analysis of the ratings that we can derive from the KNN models you can see the R squared values are here as to how well they predict actual ratings. Okay, you can see that they do a pretty good job, and here are the beta weights, and you can see that again there's variation across domains in the contribution of these different parameters. What's important here is not that just the difference, but we can quantify that. We can quantify that, and we think we've got a reasonable description of how these parameters contribute, because we can quantify that through a multiple regression that gives a reasonable fit for these data to the observed ratings. Moreover, we can also so here are the pseudo words, and here are some of the parameters for shape, and that's how well it predicts the ratings of shape in that set. And this is for another set of pseudo words that are just derived by rearranging the phonemes in real words. What's really interesting here is that these ratings derived from pseudo words can also be used to derive ratings that predict real words. So if you present real words to subjects and ask them if they are rounded or pointed, you can predict those ratings from the pseudo word ratings. So that suggests that this model is actually relevant to how language is processed in the brain. So that was my last data. We conclude from these psychoacoustic studies that pseudo word ratings for various sound symbolic domains are associated with domain-specific combinations of phonetic features as well as of acoustic parameters. That machine learning models based on acoustic parameter combinations predict the ratings across domains, at least for the shape domain, can predict ratings of real words. And finally, I think it's pretty clear to us that sound symbolism does appear to be a core aspect of language. So we would be sort of, from that dialogue, more in favor of credulous than homogeneous. Although it's not completely, language is not completely not, then we wouldn't need translation, right? We wouldn't have our Tower of Babel. So I was asked to talk about the societal implications, and clearly language is a unique and quintessential mode of communication. Social language is really a social communication for our species. And so I think the point I'm trying to make is that the work that we've been doing is relevant for the social implications of language. Moreover, evolution of language, as we think about how did language actually evolve, is maybe grounded in sound symbolic words. So perhaps the earliest words, as proto-language was evolving, might have been sound symbolic, with the words conveying their meaning. Perhaps if we want to communicate effectively, and perhaps even as languages arise and new languages arise, the way that words evolve to represent particular meanings might have a relationship with sound symbolism. This remains to be proven. That's a proposal at this point. Sorry. Not sure what happened there. And very important, we're exploring this in the lab right now. Sound symbolism, because that's how language may have evolved. If that's true, maybe we can use it to re-evolve language in people who have lost language after a stroke. These are people that have what we call aphasia, and so we're exploring this at the present time. Just wanted to show you pictures of my collaborators. That's Vinod. He's happy with this masala dosa that he found in Washington, D.C., because it's not easy to get this kind of species of food in North America. And these are my other collaborators. Simon has been my right-hand man for a very long time. As I said, Lynn, I've been collaborating with Deborah and Randall help with imaging studies. Kelly was a grad student with Lynn and me. Anna Maria is a postdoc with Lynn currently. Caitlin was a post-bac student with us. And Josh and Vinod are both postdocs. Thank you very much. Maybe a little over time. Take any questions.
Thank you for that wonderful talk. So we have time for a few questions. We also have a longer discussion session, which will involve all the speakers from the morning later down the lane for 30 minutes. So if you have like more philosophical questions, you can reserve it for that point. If you have questions related to the data, this might be the time to clarify it because it'll be fresh.
Hello, sir. It was a wonderful talk. It's not per se related to the data, but I have a question regarding the decibel and of the sounds or the consonants that we say. Do those also have the implication in the sound symbolism?
Yeah, so I think the best way to address that from our data would be if we think of the speech envelope. I didn't get a chance to show the profile of the speech envelope, but the speech envelope is the amplitude profile of the sound as it unfolds over time. So certainly it's not the absolute decibel so much, but how that varies within the sound that can definitely uh, 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 be a contributor. And you can see that it's a with that speech envelope is more of a contributor in some areas than other areas. Similarly, shimmer, I refer to that. That refers to the moment-to-moment variability in amplitude, which is represent as that varies. That can also be a contributor to one or other of these. Good question.
Amazing talk, sir. My question is also not data-based. It's
That's okay.
so, sir, could you think that mother tongue of people might have an effect on how they perceive the words that you might be giving them based on like
Yeah,
sound
it's
or
an
something?
excellent question. Yeah, so we are all prisoners of what we experience in childhood, right? In one way or another, we can sort of break out of that prison a little bit. But we always sort of are sort of constrained by that. So absolutely, these studies were originally done in English speakers, but the sound symbolic. If you show these shapes and present these sounds, which are pseudo words, that's one reason, one advantage. Although these pseudo words are tailored for English, they are English-like pseudo words, right? You can think of such pseudo words that could occur in Hindi. In fact, I had a laugh when we were looking at those. There's called an IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet, how to represent these English sounds in terms of phonetics. If you were to do that in Hindi, representing that or in any Indian language, actually, it would be very simple, right? But that Kiki Buba, KK Lomo type of correspondence has been tested, and these sound symbolic phenomena, about 2/3 of the world's languages have actually been studied. And so far, in all languages that have been studied, there is this sound symbolic element. So it seems to be universal. Good question. I think there's a question there from a student and from Dr. Banerjee. Yeah, there's a student over there.
Hi. I was just wondering, I think I read somewhere in your abstract that you took only right-handed participants. I just wanted to understand the logic
Yeah,
of that.
that's an important question. So that's really for just because of practical necessities. You know, right-handers are about 90% of the population, and people who are left-handers often have mixed-handedness. So if you are looking for something that might have hemispheric specialization, it's much more difficult to get reliable data on that because also you don't really know if somebody is left-handed. I mean, we can do the questionnaires and we do this in the lab, but if people have mixed-handedness, then it becomes very difficult to attribute questions of hemispheric specialization. So for many of these neuroimaging studies, we prefer to focus on right-handers. But I would say that's just our weakness. That's our limitation, right? So it's because ideally we want to study, and we're going to be talking about neurodiversity this afternoon. We want to be able to study every individual, and left-handers seem to be, they have some interesting differences. Are you a left-hander?
Yeah, yeah.
So I figured. So they can be more creative, and perhaps because they're doing something that's different from the norm, right? So we don't have a way to address that satisfactorily yet.
It would probably be beneficial to have a sample of both, right? A left-handed
Absolutely.
sample and
So I mean, 20, 30 subjects of that order. If we were to be able to study like 1,000 subjects, then maybe we'd have a significant proportion. But then we'd also need to quantify, people who, what's exactly their language contribution. Sometimes we're surprised when I make rounds, we see a person who's aphasic and hemiparetic, and typically we associate aphasia with the right hemiparesis because the left hemisphere dominant. But sometimes we see a person who's aphasic who's got a left hemiparesis, and then we conclude that this patient probably has language in the right side. Even if people are left-handed, to have left hemisphere-based language is unusual. It's uncommon. So it just creates more complication. But I said we have to have better ways of figuring that out. Thank you for asking that question.
She asked that question. I just wanted to say comment. So we used to ask this to Mort. So Mort always Mort Mishkin.
Yep.
So he always said that he has never seen any monkeys who are ambidextrous. So you don't find that in monkeys handed. So interestingly, I don't know. You have also worked in monkeys, so maybe.
Well, you know, this is a very interesting question because how did handedness arise, right? So, but even rats and certainly monkeys have so-called preferential paws. They will tend to use one side more than the other, but it's not anything like what humans have. And this idea of hemispheric lateralization seems to have been very important in terms of specialization of functions. I'll give you another example. You know, there's in the ventral visual cortex, in the fusiform gyrus, there's this area, you know this, but you know, for the students, this area is called the visual word form area. It's an area that's specialized for visual word forms, very important for reading. How did this area get there? Because humans have only read for about 5,000 years. Homo sapiens has been on the planet for about 200,000 years. Our brain has not evolved significantly over that period of time. It turns out that this region, the visual word form area, this has been studied by Stan Dane and others, is the counterpart of what in the right hemisphere is an area known as the fusiform face area. So it's very important face recognition. That's the right hemisphere dominant function. And so presumably, we don't really know, but this area was perhaps involved in some kind of visual processing that had to do with lines and angles, and it became co-opted. What Stan Dane has shown is that as people learned to read, he took people who didn't know how to read or kids as they were learning to read, and as they learned to read, this area became differentiated for visual word forms. So it seems that as we acquire specialization, there's a benefit in having. It's kind of like, you know, if you have an organization, if everybody does the same job, there's some advantages in that. But there's a big advantage if some people become specialized for one task and other people get specialized for one task. And that seems to have been the route that evolution has chosen. Evolution doesn't choose, right? It just happens. It happens stochastically, and then you have survival of the fittest. But that seems to have been the strategy that has underlain evolution. So.
Yes, sorry, I had the question.
You had a question, sorry, and then Dr. Joseph.
Yeah, so I just my question was, where are you really going with this? Are you planning some large language models with which you can decode emotion? Because you showed something, a lot of these emotional categories. I think it can be taken in that direction also. So have you thought about it and or planning to explore that direction?
We are in our lab. We are not so interested in emotion per se, but I think what we are really interested in is getting at neural basis of how these how you know language is actually processed, and we have just begun to do some studies using intracranial electrophysiology, using the same paradigms as we're using for fMRI, and so that's the direction that we are trying to go in. But certainly that's the direction to sort of process. That's why we included those dimensions just to see if there's a relationship.
Yes, sir. Yeah, nice presentation. So I just want to ask a simple question. Have you found any hemispheric lateralization in present in representation of sound symbolism?
You know, the language-related areas in Broca's area and supramarginal gyrus in the left hemisphere, their counterparts in the right hemisphere don't seem to be engaged in this particular task. But other areas in the right hemisphere are involved. They may be involved in things like more basic sensory processing. So we do find some in the context of language particularly. We can talk more about that. Thank you very much.
So we have a tea break now. So it's 11:05. So 15 minutes. Okay. So we have a 10 minutes tea break session. After that, we'll begin the normal talks by 11:15.
And other people who have questions, you can ask Professor Chris later on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, let's settle down. This one also. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we have three speakers for the rest of the session. Each talk for half an hour. The first speaker is Dr. Shimontani Ghosh from Ashoka University. Please.
I can have a pocket. Is there a clip? Yeah, yeah. That's not recently where I got it. Hmm. I can hold this. Is it, or am I audible? Yeah. Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to talk about this work, which I've been doing since the last 5 years. So I'm a card-carrying neuroscientist, but and do have a parallel neuroscience track where I look in the neuroimmune responses underlying traumatic stress. But this is the work that I've been doing in the Department of Psychology, which at this point of time is not gotten to a stage where I can start running empirical experiments. But I hopefully I'll spend the next 20 minutes to convince everyone in this room why we need a new way of looking at violence against women, especially when it comes to the discipline of psychology and human behavior. As of now, in this country, we do not have all the lenses, all the work, all the theoretical backgrounds that we have that tries to analyze violence against women, especially domestic violence, are derived from sociology and anthropology. And I find this to be a big vacuum. As behavioral scientists, there is enough room to analyze this with a psychological lens. But before we do that, we need a unified theoretical framework. And that's what this talk is largely about, and why doing that is important. Okay. The transition is. It's on the, yeah. Yeah, now it's moving. All right. So I would like to begin with a general warning. We will be discussing some sensitive issues, which is central to the talk. And this, rather than keeping, coming back to this again and again, this is a general trigger warning for the entirety of the talk that we will be discussing some of these emotionally sensitive matters. Okay, so I've created, because this talk jumps through different lenses and theories, I've tried to create a general roadmap. So what we will do is first spend a little bit of time talking about things we already know, and we do know a lot. Then I'll walk you through what we know, but we don't think through that. And maybe taking that into account can help us ultimately devising certain protocols and interventions, if you will, because we know a lot, but not really a lot of this translates to the policy space or actually when it comes to helping the survivors of these situations. So why is that? Hopefully, if we devise our theories better, we can then map them onto a framework that ultimately will lead to development of some policies and interventions in this space. And in order to do that, I'll walk you through then a little bit of justification of what kind of theoretical background I'm using and why is that important. I'll briefly talk about some of the preliminary research that's been going on in the group and where the next steps lie. And finally, I want to spend the last few minutes talking about how I think this theoretical work will pave a way for more empirical experiments, and especially very excited about an extensive understanding and collaboration with NBRC, and where I think that can become really helpful for us. Okay, so let's begin with the first one, things we already know, right? So intimate partner violence is one of the most common forms of violence against women. And I think one of the things to really think and reflect upon is all over the world, home is something that we think of as safe. We feel safest when we are at home. But you look at the data, home is the most unsafe space for women across the world. This is where most of the violence happens against them. So I would probably pause and reflect on that first. So this is just a definitional slide. So you know what the definition of an IPV is, and I'm obviously not going to read out from the slides, but what I want to highlight is that there is no single kind of IPV. IPV can be physical, sexual, psychological, which is particularly insidious and hard to measure, and financial. 70% women who experience any form of intimate partner violence also experience restrictions of their agency and control over the way they spend money or whatever financial resources they have access to, which is strange in this country because our social systems are often built on gifting a girl a lot of assets during marriage in form of jewelry and whatnot, so that that can be her fallback option, right? But what happens in reality is that the woman rarely has any control over that particular asset in practice. So these are, IPV we already know is linked with a whole host of physical and health related issues, some of which I have listed here. So several, this is mostly taken from developed nations, but similarly, when I talk about the data we have, you will see a lot of replication of these things. And this used to be the dominant force and motivation behind the research that went into domestic violence and IPV. But what I want to also throw into some highlight here is mental and physical health of the survivor is not just the space where IPV has a detrimental effect. IPV affects life balance. IPV affects the ability of a woman to participate or the survivor to participate in a fruitful life, be productive at work. The most silent victims of intimate partner violence are not even adults. It's the children in the household who witness this, and it leaves lasting changes in, I think one of the things I talk away from your was we are all prisoners of our childhood. And nowhere is this truer than the case of domestic violence. Children who are witnessing this, even if they are not directly being subjected to any form of violence, this remains a lasting scar. And we'll see how in the few slides. So 1 in 3 women, according to most data sources, since large-scale data was being collected through WHO or UN, that's been the standard all over the world, and slightly more in South Asian region. 1 in 3 women experience some form of intimate partner violence, and few report it. So now, just nomenclature-wise, how do we make distinction between IPV and domestic violence? Well, domestic violence is a broader term where intimate partner is in its nomenclature only the violence that is happening in the context of an intimate relationship. Domestic violence is a much more broader term. It brings into its ambits violence within the family, wherever the survivor is a child, an elderly person, a similarly aged adult. It allows us to have a much more broader definition. And for the lot of my research, I deal with domestic violence, and that has to do with how mostly marriages work in India. Still, for the larger group of the country, after marriage, a woman lives in with the marital relatives. And oftentimes, there is no frank spousal violence. The violence does not come from the spouse. And we are also, in the research space, we are all wired to think of intimate violence as a male to female problem. In this context, what we see majority is often the violence can be female to female within the family. For example, coming from a mother-in-law, right? Or a sister-in-law. So all of these nuances have to be factored in when you start talking about analyzing the situation. So this is just an example of a paper in recent times which had tried capturing the nuances and understanding whether the definitions that have been given by WHO are really suited to analyzing this issue in South Asian context and especially in India. And they found that while many elements of DV were universal, there were also manifestations of abusive behavior in India, which differs because of its culture, evolution of technology, and material availability. So while the family setup protects against certain kinds of domestic violence, they make women more vulnerable towards certain other kinds. To give you a classic example, gun violence. In all scales that are routinely used to measure domestic violence, spousal violence, under threatening actions or physical actions, gun violence is routinely one of these items, and the answer in Indian context is always no. We rarely see that kind of violence within, where a husband is threatening the wife with a gun or to shoot. This is simply does not mean that there are no, and this is the problem. This is how data falls through the crack when we try to come up with reliable statistics on this. So what their main findings were, the exertion of control mainly was over a woman's reproductive agency, that women had really little say over how many children they want to have and when, and whether that needs to be taken into the decision. There is widespread acceptance and influences on affluence on sexual DV manifestations. So economic status has a lot to do with this, and no, it's not the fact that affluent households don't have this, it's the other way. Affluent households tend to have more sexual violence in them, it's just not out in the public domain. It is also the kind of physical abuse experiences are dictated by what is available nearby, and then this, the psychological abuse for infertility, dowry demands, and son preference is something that's unique and that's relentless in India. So this is what I was talking about of domestic violence being a big deal for children who witness it. So globally, there's a huge number of children who are currently exposed, and the children who witness DV often suffer the long-term mental effects as children who experience it directly. This is one of the most alarming data points, I think, about this issue. And starting from infancy, through school age, through adolescence, through early adulthood, at every level, there are behavioral parameters which clearly tell apart kids who have been exposed to violent households. In school, early school, you can start seeing academic problems, reading comprehension issues. All these are unknown. We have known these for a while. But these, for example, all of these things, truancy, violent families, runaways, violence in streets, substance abuse, addiction, sexual assault perpetration, date rape perpetration, harassments, unhealthy use of pornography, association with teen pregnancy, all of these in adolescence, for example, these are recent areas where data is telling us increasingly how horrific effects of witnessing domestic violence is on kids. And I think this is also another important thing, that typically witnessing also enhances the chances of carrying this behavior forward in their own lives. And this is something that there is still a debate, but we know that in some way has to do with enhanced rates of perpetration as well as self-victimization in among children who witness this. Okay, and most of this data is from UN and WHO and large bodies like this. Okay, so in India, again, we see the same 1 in 3 statistics. That's standard. The last, I think, 4 waves of the NFHS, the National Family and Health Survey, which is the largest survey on this matter. And what one thing, so this actually concludes what we know. Okay, so we know, we have known this for a very long time. And we know that these are in adult estimates, but in many cases, it has started a lot earlier. Now, moving on to things we know, but we should probably think about them a little more. The first thing is that continuum in countries of violence against women, it's a continuous thing. It's not a one-off incident. It starts even at before birth, where we have this issue of prenatal sex selection. The PCPNDT Act is supposed to prevent this. In certain districts, there is a lot of efforts going in, but the data that we have at a primary level is sometimes not fully reliable. And there are many nuances, and I can talk about that later, but we don't have time to go through all of those. And then through early childhood, there is also a neglect and preferential treatment of sons in families where girl children are routinely, their needs are neglected. And then through adolescence, a pattern emerges of violent relationships, culminating in reproductive age violences and ultimately progressing to elderly abuse. So this is a continuous framework. First of all, this is the biggest problem as I see it, why we can't do a lot about this issue, because the problem is a life cycle problem. It's not a one-off issue. This is the only government data that we have. The first time this results, the newly formed Ministry of Women and Child Development ran this survey. The results were so horrific, I don't think they ever braved another one, for want of a better word. So physical abuse, extremely high, 69% of children in India, about half boys have survived physical abuse. Half of it is in family environment, corporal punishment in school, juvenile justice institutions are worse. This makes round in news even now, and the shocking fact is 1 in 2 children, every second child has survived sexual abuse in India. That's the scale of this problem. And emotional abuse is 50 to 60%. Again, equal percentage of boys and girls, but 83% of girls and half the girls wished that they were boys. So generally, this is the pattern that we have. So something to think about is that this generation who gave this data around 2007, these are our young adults now. So this is a generation that's already seriously traumatized. Okay, and if this is the profile, then the children are already extremely vulnerable to future abuse and victimization. However, when you look at extant literature, and we did a pretty extensive literature review from all the social science disciplines, we see that it's a singular problem lens. Wife beating, dowry debt, son preference, it's disjoint. There is nothing that weaves this into a whole narrative. There is nothing that can take into account that the exposure to violence is a continuous phenomenon, right? This is my biggest problem. This episodic framing of domestic violence is inaccurate. What we need is a tool for a thematic framing, because this is thematic. This is happening across a continuum. And this brings us to this part. What can we do? We know we have this wealth of statistics. We know how bad it is. We know where the problems lie. But we simply in this country do not have any psychological research, which when I started doing this, it was astounding to me. Why is research absent here? Why is there no why is there no empirical work? Why are there no behavioral observations? And it turns out because nobody has ever employed the proper theoretical framework here. So this is where I started. So beyond localized and some small NGO funded studies, small scale research based interventions, There is no psychological support data. What I found when I went to the psychiatry department in AIMS or other larger hospitals, the overwhelming response I got from psychiatrists was, yeah, of course, if a woman is being abused at home, you know, they'll be depressed, they'll have anxious, you just give them SSRIs and send them their way. And women have been living with SSRIs and anxiolytics for 20, 25 odd years, and there's no addressing where the actual problem lies. Which you think about it is I don't know, it does not make sense to me. So this evidence-based intervention that actually puts trauma exposure in perspective is completely absent. And this is where the main research question lies. Is there a theoretical framework that can allow remapping this problem in this population, which already has a high rate of exposure to child abuse and can be considered already one? And this is, so we need something that can accommodate this continuous frame of violence that's going on. So this is where I started working with complex trauma, which is a framework that says that if the nature of the trauma is chronic, repetitive, and seems to the survivor that there is no immediate escape in sight, certain psychological dysfunctions appear which cannot be accommodated by the clinical construct of PTSD that we have. Simply, the construct of PTSD is too restricted, right? So this is the first formulation where they broke down. So this is what I would say very, very canonical PTSD phenomenology. And then, but you also have alterations in perception, extremely high degree of somatic problems, relationship with others change, and alterations in systems of meaning making, how we make sense of events or people or relationships around us, that completely changes. None of the clinical construct, if you looked at these individuals using the existing criteria of the DSM-ICD, they would fit the criteria for 9 to 11 different disorders. But at none of those, this is the trauma that lies at the bottom. That is the common factor in all these cases. So this was proposed in 2005, and as you know, the psychiatric community is very, very fixed when it comes to accepting a new formulation. So only in 2011 was the complex trauma construct integrated into ICD-11. DSM has still not added it, but for trauma symptoms, it has additional domains of dysfunctions, which can be objectively studied, broken down, objectively studied, and these have stepwise interventions. We can actually target these constructs by interventions. In absence of this accommodation, what you end up doing is just addressing these. What you end up is after 10 years of SSRI, whether a person has 20 points reduction in scale. That's not the goal. You ask your patient whether they have a meaningful life, and that's not happening. Okay. So long story short, we started addressing whether complex trauma can be addressed. So this was a mixed method study. We broke down our main population into a younger and an older group because everything from notions of violence, understanding terminology, recognizing violence within relationship as violence, vis-a-vis thinking this is what that happens in every single marriage, and this is just what we are resigned to. All of this is different, so we needed to do two parallel. The qualitative, we finished analyzing, and the study is moving on to the quantitative phase for a larger detailed analysis. And from the qualitative study, what we can see is an huge amount of early childhood violence that's happened already in their family home. Son preferences, a really prominent presence of domestic violence through all of these respondents, and all forms of abuse, not physical, but sexual, emotional, financial restriction, autonomy restriction, the entire thing. And then when we looked at their area of psychological dysfunctions through in-depth qualitative interviews, item by item, complex trauma presentations pop up. So this is the basis on the which we are taking this study into a quantitative phase right now. And last minute, I think I will spend talking about why this is important. Well, once you are able to map, you can start addressing problems stepwise. We know somatization is problem. We know trauma lives in the body. we need body-based work before we start working with the trauma. Unless you have this framework, you can't conceptualize that body-based work needs to come first. Then you can start processing traumas, and then probably you can start interpersonal difficulties and negative self-notion. So there has to be a stepwise approach to this. So that's where I am right now. And I hope that once we are able to publish the quantitative part of the study, we will start breaking down the empirical constructs through more experimental approaches and hopefully go from there. So this is my team. This is the PhD student who's principally working on this project. And thank you all. I'm really glad to be able to talk to you about this work.
Thank you so much. We have time for one question.
Yeah. If you look at the presentations, lot of trauma is unconsciously, it is held in the muscle postures in IBS, for example, inflammatory bowel disease, digestive issues, sleep issues, appetite changes. Typically, all this, there's a lot of literature behind, but it's almost like the body has no safety anchor within itself. So typically something that's a group exercise, something that's fast, and something that's rhythmic. Often with individuals who are most severely traumatized, it's as simple as sitting in a group, throwing back and forth a ball through a certain number of repetitions with certain kinds of ambient music and prosodic features that are often helpful. So these are the kind of knowledges and interventions that are probably the first step of trauma recovery.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll thank the speaker again. Our second speaker is Dr. Tapan Gandhi from IIT Delhi.
हाँ ये ओह ये ओके ये है ना ठीक है ओके let's start. Good morning everyone. So today really I'm happy that I'm here when the NBRC is celebrating the 25th year of its journey, and when I got the invitation from Orphan that you have to come here to deliver a talk in our foundation day, and when we are celebrating our silver jubilee, then I thought, yes, it's very relevant to my life and my research also. So I'm going to tell you some story. Please don't take it very seriously. It's very light kind of things. So around 20 years back, I also, I mean, I was also here in this campus. I touched the soil of NBRC that time, and I was a student like many of you, right? And that time I don't know. I was preparing for an interview. I was doing my MTech, and for my MTech I wanted to do some project. And then during the interview, okay, interview done. Then the letter, it was written that when you come here, you'll get your TA, right? And when you are a student, you know that few hundred rupees is also a very big thing. So after the interview, they told that you will not get TA. I said, why? You wrote it, right? And that time also I was not very good in talking English or Hindi, because I from Odisha, and in the Odisha we used to speak in Odia mostly, right? So then I told that I'll take my money, right? And then one scientist from here, he came to me, then I asked, will you really work on brain science? Then I said, I don't know. The way you are arguing with us, that you will not get a chance to work here. Then I told him that I'm not going to work on brain science, but I'll take my money. And then I left this place, right? And one scientist, and then actually that time there are no, you will not get your all over there. It was not there. And one scientist, he was very good. He came to me and he talked to me very nicely. He told me that, okay, for the money, you should not argue. You should, concentrate on your work and do some good research here. And then he kindly give me a lift. He said, okay, I'll drop you on the highway, right? And this is the first time I came to NBS, and after that I forget. I just say I'll not go over there. And then I went to IIT Delhi. So one professor also invited me to do my MTech project work, and I met her. And when I met her, and I started discussing with her that what I'll do, and without knowing what I'll do, I told her that I'll work with you. Okay. And that's how I started my career, without knowing that one day I'll again come back to the brain science. So that's why I'm starting my presentation 8 years back, which I started. So when I discussed with the professor at IIT Delhi that what I'll do, then she told, you tell me what you'll do. Then I asked her that I don't know what to do, but can you please send me some hospital around Delhi to find out some good problem. And when I visited some hospital in Delhi, I found that this problem, the spinal cord injury problem, is really very big problem, because felt that somebody who was completely normal until the age of, let's say, 20 years or 30 years normal, and because of the accident or something, they are completely disabled. Then how do you lead their life? Because that time also, when I came to know that there is no medicine and nobody knows that how long it will take to get cure, right? And when I met different people, because of the different kind of injury, that if maybe it is the damage maybe in the whole spinal cord, or maybe certain part of the spinal cord, accordingly you lose your ability. So I thought that, is it possible, let's say if somebody is not able to speak, or cannot walk, how they can control their environment, or how they can communicate to the other people. Let's say I am not able to speak, but I need water, and I cannot tell, or I cannot walk. And until unless somebody will not understand that what I need, I'll not get the water even, right? So my that time I thought that, can I make a device or any kind of technology by which they can communicate with their surroundings, right? So then that time, in 1 year, I developed 3 technology, which is called the assistive technology, by which they can communicate with anybody even if they are not able to speak, and also they can control all the gadgets around them. Even nobody there, they want to switch on their light, fan, everything they can do by the sum of the residual ability what they preserve. So when I used to go to test my devices to the hospital, of course the patients are very happy that somebody has done something for us. But being the inventor, I was not very happy, because I used to think that all these devices are learning based. You need to learn how to use it. But if somebody cannot learn, then they cannot use it efficiently. So one question came to my mind, that is it possible to make my device intelligent? Um, okay, I'm not talking here. So let's say somebody is sitting on the wheelchair, and one device will come, and the device automatically will understand what's the need of this person, and then it will behave. And of course, then that will be the one of the best thing what I felt that time. And then I talked to some professors at IIT Delhi, and everybody suggested me that you have to learn AI. And AI is a very big buzzword nowadays, right? And when I started learning about the AI, I found nothing in the domain of AI. And finally, when I entered a little deeper, I found brain science. And that's how I came to brain science indirectly, right? And then That's why I have written that inferences from brain. And here in my talk, of course, in next 2 days, I mean today, including today, next 2 days, you will be exposed to many different kind of talks. But I thought that I should present you something. So less, I mean, we are doing brain science, but using brain science, how many different directions you can go. You can do many remarkable things using brain science. That I'll give you some highlights. Just like I started from the assistive technology, and I'll go to somewhere, right? Let's see where we're ending. Okay, so here, to understand the brain, so the big question is that how we can understand the brain. And I believe that we can understand the brain if we work on three different kinds of brain. One is the developing brain. Second is if the brain is affected some kind of disorder or the problems. And third is if we believe that our brain is maybe normal, right? So if we look at these three kinds of brain, most probably we can answer some of the questions. And fortunately, I got an opportunity to work on a very interesting projects. And though in my lab we were working on different kinds of problem, but as uh, this problem which I'll present to you, this is very close to my heart. That's why I'm presenting on this specific occasion at NBRC. So when I jumped to neuroscience from electronics or embedded system or assistive technology, that time the big question in my mind was to understand how brain encode information. And the second question was to understand the multimodal information linkage. That means how sensory modality talk to each other or how the cross modality happens, right? And this is one of the biggest question, not only in the domain of neuroscience or perception engineering, but it's a big question in the domain of AI. Um, so this is what I studied. The work I started with the blindness. So this is a very sad figure. 1 in every 100 Indians are blind, and the incidence of childhood blindness is very huge in India. And nearly half of the blind population of the whole world they live in India. And the blindness is due to all this problem: corneal scarring, cataract, retinal dystrophy, infection, congenital lobular syndrome. And because of this blindness, these are the consequences of this blindness. The lifespan of the blind children are 15 years less than their normal counterpart. Even 50% child, those who used to take birth as a blind, they don't get a chance to see their next birthday. Third is, of course, those who are born blind, it's the chance of getting school is also very less in our country. I'm not talking about the metro city like Delhi, but in the villages you hardly find in school. And that's why the employment prospect is also very, very less. And for that, India is losing nearly 20 billion US dollar every year. And you can imagine it's a big or huge loss to the country like India. So the pressing humanitarian need is, can we treat this blindness? And because of this critical period hypothesis given by these two Nobel laureates, David Hubble and Thorsten Husserl, they got Nobel Prize in 1981. They gave this critical period hypothesis, and it says that if you are born with, uh, let's say, today I took birth, and after my birth, you put me in a dark room and you provided me food, drink, everything for my survival, but only I did not allowed to see this world. And let's say after 2 months or 3 months, people bring me to this lighted part of this world. By the time, maybe I won't be able to see this world again, just like a normal human being. That means all our sensory modality develop in first few days or first few months in our life, right? So they conducted many experiments on the animal, and this is what they found. And then this data was extrapolated to the human being, and that's why when the blind child used to come, let's say even if it's treatable condition, but when they used to come to the hospital, the clinician they used to say that, oh, it's not possible to regain the sight. And for us, when we started this work 20 years back, that time, so we felt that why not human? What happens to the human if we'll try to do or if we'll restore this sight? So then Professor Pawan Sinha from MIT, with whom I did my PhD and postdoc, he started one project and I joined with him for my PhD. It's a humanitarian scientific project called Project Prakash. So now this is a non-profit trust in Delhi, and I'm heading the trust as a chairman of the trust. And now in the trust, we do outreach, treatment, research, as well as we provide education to the people who have not been to school. And now, let's say they can see, they have not been to school and now they can see. So can we provide them education? And doing this, doing all this thing, we can do many beautiful neuroscience research, and we can help our society. Um, so the big question was, will vision develop after surgery? Can the brain change late in life? right? This is a big question. You can see here, I'm showing you two picture, 22 years old person and 8 years. So if you look at this 22 years old person, he has already, I mean, passed this critical period, this window, right? So what will happen to their brain? Whether the brain will again reorganize. So the big goal is whether vision develops after sight onset or not. And I'm not sharing all this research what we are doing last 16, 17 or 18 years. So uh, we have just I'm giving the figure that we have screened more than 700 children in India, and we have restored sight to nearly 700 blinds, those who are born blind, but now they can see. And doing this, they are also in the other way giving us enough opportunity to understand the science. So there are many problems like this in our society, where science, society, technology, all they work together. So as a scientist, we know that many of the times we don't know how our research is going to help the society, but this is a very good example. And not only this, there are many examples like this which exist, where you can simultaneously contribute to the society as well as science, and also in the development of technology. So I'm highlighting few of the things. So okay, you know this functional connectivity. It's a very standard technique in the neuroimaging. So using this technique, we wanted to understand how the brain encodes the information, and just I'm showing you some results. So uh, Horst Berlow, you might have heard, those who are neuroscientists. He is the emeritus professor in Cambridge University and great grandson of Charles Darwin. He, I mean, around 30, 40 years back, he gave one theoretical hypothesis that how a brain encode information, but there is no practical evidence to understand this mechanism. So working with these blind children, what we did, I'm just showing you one data. So you can see a T minus 2 means when the child was, this is adult, 21 years, right? Not even child. So T minus 2 means 2 days before surgery. That means when this person was blind, this is only the visual cortex I'm showing you. T plus 7 means after 7 days after their sight onset. Let's say we operated over here, and then after 7 days we are seeing the brain, and this is after 30 days and 120 days. And one you can see here, this is some hotspot, right? So you can see here T minus 2, the two big hotspots are there. After 7 days, there is same, there is no change, there is no much change. But after 30 days, you can see started, I mean, more island you can see, and after 120 days, you can see there are very small island there. So if you observe from here to here, there are only two big hotspot or islands, but here you can see many small islands. So what it says? So it says in computer science or engineering, we call the information encoding. How it happens? Let's say if I'm taking 2 bits information, right? If the 2 bits are dependent on each other, dependent means this one depends on this one depends on this, and they can encode only two way of information. Either they would be 00 or 11 because they're dependent. If I'll make them independent, then they will encode 4 different of information. 00011011, right? So that means when the 2 bits are getting independent, they're encoding more information. And what is happening here? These are all neural firings, and along the timeline, the neurons are getting more independent in nature, right? That's why you can see more small island. These are correlation, yes, yeah, exactly, yeah. So from here, we found from all the subjects, so we call this a decorrelation. Along the timeline, it's getting decorrelated, right? And this is good for the encoding, right? So in the similar way, also we found very interesting work, I mean, recently published in PNS, the late visual pathway. This is the structural connectivity, you all know, DTI. I'm not going into details because you all know. What we found, the late visual pathway also started developing of all this patient, those who are more than even 15 years old. So that means the brain is able to regain the sight, or the plasticity is still preserved until age of 25 years. So we found many other, I mean, these are some of the other findings in the visual acuity, the higher, I mean, you know that when I'm talking about the vision, we talk about three kind of things. One is the basic level vision, or early level, then mid level, then high level. And we tested in all this domain, and then we also published many research work out of this work, that how all this three different kinds of vision develops. Okay, and then we publish in different platform. So then what we found that yes, uh, so the question which I asked earlier, whether the brain is plastic enough to make use of information-led part of the life, we found yes, it's very plastic. And in the behavior, can a child blind for several years since birth benefit from the optical correction? And also we found the answer is yes, right? So here, working here on the brain science, I'm taking you towards the one kind of vision science as well as the kind of application of the AI. Here it's a very beautiful example about the color perception. You know, color perception is a very interesting aspect of our life. So what we found, let me just give you some background that why I came over here. What we found, to whom we restored sight, right? What we found after the sight onset, they are very good in understanding the color. If you so present them some color image, they can easily do it. But they found difficulty in understanding the grayscale image. So all of a sudden, so when we started, I mean, when we observed, they are very good in understanding the color image, we felt it was very good. I mean, those who have not seen anything last 20 years, they can see this beautiful, colorful world. But again, this our excitement uh, reduced when we came to know that they are not able to recognize all the grayscale image. So the question is why? Why they are not able to recognize grayscale image? Then when we track down back, I mean, when you try to understand this mechanism, what we found. So let's say this is a newly born baby. They start with this kind of color scheme, right? And along that longitudinal trajectory, when they start, I mean, getting adult kind of, you can see this is what they get this kind of color, I mean, information. Let's say if I'll look at your things, then you will be here. But we all start from this grayscale kind of information. So here the question is, okay, I'm not talking about all this thing, the biology. So here, I'm just showing you. So if you look at the cones, because the cones are responsible for the colors, right? So in the baby, the cones are very, very thick or big and very small. But in the adult, the cones very thin. And if you look at the lattice, this is the newborn baby lattice. But in the adult, this is what you see over here. This is very tightly packed. So what happens after our birth? Both of these two things, let's say it was very, very fat and not tightly packed. So that time it only takes the very less chromatic information, and slowly with our developmental trajectory, when it's become thinner and tightly packed, more chromatic information comes, and this is how our visual system becomes robust, right? So to understand this mechanism, what we did, so these are the different color and the same color image, and we make it grayscale. And then we tested on, I mean, we took many images from the image database and we tested on these subjects as well as the control subjects. You can see here, if I'm presenting all these images to the control, they're equally well in both in the grayscale and color. But with the arbitrary Prakash subject, that means to whom we restore sight, you can see there are difference between grayscale and color in this newly sighted children. So then, to understand this thing, what we did, okay, so here I'm just showing you that this is how the newly born baby starts the color scheme, and this is what our subjects, those who have not seen anything, and when they get back the sight, they are starting here, right? So, to understand this thing, what we did, we took AlexNet, this is one of the deep structure, and we trained in different ways. These are the different kind of paradigm we tested. So first what we did, we took, this is the color to color. C to C means color to color. That means we trained our network with first half of the training is with the color image. And again, second half, we train in two sets of images. Again, the color image. The second training regimen is gray to gray. That means first half also gray, second half gray. Third is gray to color. First half is trained with the gray images and second half trained with the color image. And this is what as a normal human being we learn in this way, grayscale and color. And the last one is color and gray. That means first we trained with the color images and the grayscale. And what are the results we got? You can see here. So this is the hue rotation. That means when there is no change in color, all of this C to C or G to G, G to C, all of them are giving ceiling level accuracy. What happens when we are rotating the hue? Okay, when the color is changing, you can see here, when the network is trained with color plus color images, both the regimen, you can see here, it's coming down, right? So people see the other two, you can see here, gray to gray and gray to color are equally, I mean, they're all in any kind of hue rotation, they're giving the ceiling level of accuracy. Huh. Okay, so in the machine learning, you can take, you can just like we train with, let's say when I'm training, giving the training, I can use different sets of images. So first I trained with this set of image, and when the kernel learned all this thing, when the receptive field learned all this, then I presented another sets of image to make the receptive field. Yeah. So then what we found that in this two scheme, whether it's learned gray to gray as well as gray to color, you can see ceiling level of accuracy. From this kind of experiment, what we found that human data and computational results suggest that initial experience with achromatic inputs is useful for reducing the reliance on color cues. So always in the machine learning, those who work in the machine learning AI, without understanding all this fundamental mechanism, what we do, we start doing randomly. But working with the human data, it gives us the clue that if we can train our network in this fashion, most probably it will work, right? So hmm, hmm, hmm. Database, yes, yeah. So here just I wanted to highlight because the time I think done, right? Okay. So course, I mean, doing good science, you can serve your society. What's the Symposium name is brain, behavior, and society. But at the same time, I included one more thing, the technology. Also doing the basic fundamental science, you can develop many interesting technology. So in my lab at iDelhi, we also do the translational work. One of the work I'm highlighting you here. Also, this is, this is the visual field test what people do. So when we work on the brain and vision, so we also see that how different aspect of the vision develops or get impaired, right? And when you will work this kind of population also, you will come to know that what are the technology required. So this is a very big technology there. I mean, it's a very difficult to do the visual field test. Visual field means where, I mean, let's say when I'm looking towards you, my visual field all right, that's why I can see everything. If half of my visual field is blocked, then maybe I can see the half of the people and not the top part, right? And you know that diabetic is a very big problem in India, and also diabetic has a very interesting relationship with the brain, right? So India is already going to be the diabetic capital of the whole world. But interestingly, in diabetic, those who are getting diabetes, it's a high chance of getting glaucoma, right? And glaucoma, the interesting thing is that you cannot stop it. Maybe you can delay the process. So that means you need a better management, and for that you need a good diagnostic devices. So here what happens, you have to put your face over there, and the doctor will tell, okay, look at there, look at there, then you have to click there, and if you will not follow the doctor's instruction, your field map will not come properly, and the diagnosis will fail, right? And let's say those who are not able to speak, or those who are children, it's very difficult. So from our understanding of this vision science and brain science, we came up with some kind of idea that just using the eye movement, can you do this? And of course, I mean, we have developed a tool. So I'm not going into details. So that the tool we are using, again, only the eye tracking. You have to just wear. You need not to. The doctor need not to tell what to be done. Just need to wear, and whatever happening, they have to just look at. And automatically, the AI model will predict that what would be the visual field. So this is I'm showing. This is the standard perimetry which you see. If I'm getting this result, this is my AI is giving almost similar kind of results. So finally, we are able to going to devise this kind of technology. Only the patient to wear, and automatically it will go to the doctor, and the doctor will get the whole visual field chart instead of, I mean, interacting with any subjects, right? So not only this, also we have some other technology which are also coming from understanding all this vision science and the brain science. So of course, I mean, we have many highlights in many big media like Science Magazine, Nature, Times Magazine, Harvard MIT News. This is one magazine from Germany. They visited my lab at ID Delhi, covered some of our work. And of course, at the end, I would like to say that illuminating lives, we can illuminate science. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you so much. We have time for 2 questions. I will go with her first and then come to you.
So this is a really great work, and I have really few questions regarding this. So in the people who are restoring their visions, both the children and adult, what percentage can you say they are able to restore their vision as compared to the normal people?
As compared to the normal people means?
Like people who can see from birth, like us, like if there are differences in, like, how can you compare those?
Yeah, that's a good question. So of course, I mean, even working with these blind children, also I found some of the children, they are not able to see they don't get the functional vision. Actually, I'm just okay, but it's a very interesting. You know that when the neuroscientists who work on the AN170 is the facial marker, right? Actually, I don't believe all this kind of study, because what I found that one not child, I mean 16 years old, one girl, we started studying the vision, found that thing functionally. It was the same. I am right. They know the ERP of this face and object. We don't figure even somehow maybe encoding, it is not being translated to the functional vision, right? So this kind of subjects are there. Uh, Around, let's say, I can tell 4 to 5% are in this category. Those who they don't develop, and we are still struggling to understand why they are not able to develop, right? And again, coming to another question, to whom we are restoring sight, just like when we talk about the visual acuity, we consider 20/20 the normal vision, but all of the subjects, they don't come to 20/20, then they stay somewhere 20/100, 20/40. I mean 20, I have seen 20/40 the best vision until now we found, but not come, they don't come to the 20/20.
So I'll take one more question here.
Yes.
Also, the other vision parameters you talked about, that they are able to not able to differentiate between the grayscale images and acuity is problem. Other vision parameters like the depth perception or object recognition, the moving object
Yes.
recognition, those are also.
So already we have many articles on this thing. Actually, the this motion is also very big thing. This is very interesting. Actually, it was published that time, Psych Science, I think, that paper. So what we found after the sight onset, let's say I am putting 5 circle overlapping with each other, right? Let's say two circle overlapping with each other. And if I'll ask you how many circle you can see, of course you will tell, because you're normal, you will tell 2 circle. But when you ask the similar question to the blind children to whom restore sight, they said 3. They are telling one this side, overlapping this common area, one, third the other, 3 circle. And then what we do, we just started moving one circle over the other. Then they can easily tell, oh, this is the 2 circle, right? So this is big inferences for understanding the science, because we found the motion plays a very big role uh, for our understanding of this our world the way we see today. If we don't have this dynamics, then most probably we might not able to see the world the way we are seeing or we are experiencing, right? So that's why in AI also we discuss the same thing, that can we induce more dynamism in those models so that it can learn better and can behave just like how we human being we are doing the task, right?
Thank you.
I think it's a small question about the last part of the problem that you discussed about 3D motion
Okay.
perception. So I was thinking like whether some of these actually would be very interesting and beneficial if we use AR VR setup, right?
Yes,
Augmented
yes.
reality or
Yeah.
virtual reality setup, or maybe
Yeah, we are
mixed
manipulating
reality.
those kind of
Or-
things to
yeah.
understand this thing.
Exactly, because I was thinking like even maybe multisensory processing
Yes.
would be involved in some of those perceptions. So
Of course, yeah.
if you have any things to say about that, okay.
See, multi in terms of you are talking in terms of the fundamental science or application.
No, I am talking about like in both science as well as the application part. Of,
Yeah, so actually
because you showed the application part.
So
only.
working
Yeah.
just like she asked that whatever the 3D perception,
Right.
we found,
Huh.
let's say if I'm testing the 3D perception of yours and maybe those who are having this kind of difficulty, maybe your XYZ coordinate, let's say if I'm getting some data from your XYZ coordinate, I'm getting, let's say I'm playing a ball which is moving in the depth in the 2D plane, and I'm able to track your eye, right? It's going perfectly. But those who are deficit in all this kind of paradigm in the depth, you will not get those kind of, I mean, it will not follow. So what we found, let's say if I'm displacing dots, it can clearly give me the people those who are not good in this kind of task. So we are just using those kind of things in the machine learning algorithm, which will giving us the visual field chart. So
yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So interesting and therefore so many questions. We'll get back to all these questions as time progresses. Okay, so the last talk for this session is by Dr. Deepanjan Roy, yeah, from IIT Jodhpur. Thank the speaker again.
Okay, just put it right here. Okay, perfect. ठीक है ना? ठीक. I think it's okay. I think it's, yeah, sure. Okay, so I thought like I am coming back to my own institute because that's where I also spend a significant amount of time. And to put up a picture of NBRC over here, it looks nice because we are celebrating 25 years of the institute, where I worked also as a faculty member for many years. And this was our group essentially, which produced a very interesting number of works in different areas, including aging studies, as well as looking at multisensory processings, behavior, and understanding about the neural functions behind those observations. This is my new place where I am located. That's my daughter, actually, with one of my PhD student over there with Bhavna. And we have set up also a very similar lab to NBRC, where we are looking at like EEG, TMS, as well as like, behavior, in order to understand the neurophysiological correlates of variety of behavior and brain functions. So one of the topic that I thought like I will discuss today in the work is also kind of contributed by Gargi, who was one of my PhD student and who worked actually on the process of real world emotions. So when we come to real world emotions, the questions that comes actually in our mind is that how do we actually process emotions on the first place, and how do we actually like study emotions, because there are different ways of studying emotions, and this is not the only way of studying emotions. So one of the ways we thought like the emotions we would like to study in this work is using naturalistic stimulus, okay, which is something like a stimulus that we experience in our day-to-day life. Why so? Because emotion is our oldest companion. It actually has an effect on perceptions, some of the things that you have talked about or learned about from the previous speakers. And then also it has a role in learning and memory, decision making and attention. And not only that, these understanding of the emotions and the way emotions get modulated by different parameters has a very interesting outcome for the societal problems. Some of the societal problems could be depression, which we all encounter in early age as well as late age, and there are different mechanisms or neurobiological mechanisms of these depressions. When it comes to actually early age and late age depressions, it becoming very frequent and common in college going students as well. If you talk to any psychiatrist, they will also give you a number. Then it has an impact on the anxiety or anxiety associated disorders, as well as post-traumatic stress disorders, and also obsessive compulsive disorders. All these problems are societal challenges in India and also outside India across the globe. And studying emotions and affective processing in a very methodological, systematic manner may provide deep insight in order for coming up with interventions that will work and help alleviate some of these symptoms. So one of the questions that we asked is, what is the relation of and how does uncertainty is processed by the brain, okay, which has an effect on the emotion processing or affective processings. So if you look at, like, recent works that has talked about like relationship between uncertainty and affect, in the way uncertainty is often associated with the negative effect, and there are different types of uncertainty, what is related to, like, state uncertainty. For example, if you are in a state of anxiety, your exam scores get affected, as we have often seen, right? Or you can have an outcome uncertainty, that is the uncertainty that is present in the environment or in the stimulus, that actually like kind of give you uncertainty to make a decision, right? And therefore it also affects your emotion processings and emotion regulation. There are also studies which talked about uncertainty and stress, because uncertainty develops stress. If we are uncertain what is going to happen next after this talk, okay, are we going to end this whole symposium, or are we going to celebrate more talks and discuss more about it, then there are different outcomes in your behavior. Then there is misestimation of uncertainty, which has been shown in views and perspectives, which has clearly demarcated that how human learners estimates and sculpt their learning and decision making ability based on the way they process uncertainty, and it has a direct role in the affective disorders, including obsessive compulsive disorders, also anxiety disorders. So as a lab, we are very much interested in studying people specifically who are in the developing stage, and as well as elderly individuals who are suffering from these kind of disorders. If you look at the Indian populations, there are 1/3 of the population in India which suffers from depression, so it becomes a very key reason to study this problem, and it is actually comes under common mental health issues. And globally the situation is not good either, because there is a huge number of percentage of individuals who are actually suffering from same kind of symptoms. There is a conserved change in the emotional processing even in clinically undiagnosed elderly people, those who never came out, okay, in order to report their conditions or symptoms. But why so? That is the question. So in order to understand that, we also looked at elderly individuals, and we found that there are many theories which are given by like studies in psychology, and as well as like behavioral studies in the elderly individuals in the age group of like 60 to 80 years. And we are all becoming old, therefore there is a fascination to understand more about what is the mechanism of becoming old and what is the mechanism of the neurocompensation which stops us becoming old. Okay, yeah, but those are very ambitious goals. But in terms of understanding how emotional selectivity, emotional recognition, emotion perception works as you become older, if you look at some of the theories, many of the theories come to a consensus. That consensus is the elderly individuals do not like negative stimuli. They have a positivity bias. That is what the people have been talking about in the literature. And we wanted to find out to what extent or under what operant conditions these observations of positivity effect or bias towards positive stimuli and overly ignoring negative stimuli or not necessarily paying attention to negative stimuli works in real life scenarios when you expose them or to experience some dynamic stimuli. So in order to do that, we looked at also papers which talked about age-related decline in positive emotional reactivity and emotional regulation in population-derived cohorts, and you found essentially that as you become older, the functional declines happens majority of cognitive domains. Okay, and many of these domains are very important for socio-cognitive processing. And there are studies which also have looked at these valence-based biases associated with aging, which are specific to the context and the stimulus content or characteristics. Okay, so with that, what we did is, I don't know whether this movie will run if I play it, but it would have been nice if we could play it. You could have seen the movie. which was actually shown to the participant. So here is a room. This is a movie from no other than Alfred Hitchcock, master of suspense. And in this movie, this boy in the room with a loaded gun. So if the boy fires, his parents will die. So the people are watching this movie inside the fMRI scanner while the boy is about to pull the trigger. Whether the boy will pull the trigger or not pull the trigger, that is the uncertainty in the mind of the participants. Okay. And this movie was used by Gargi and Fahad, who was in my lab when I was working here at NBRC, and they are actually looking at the question of what is the important response of the participants in terms of like the uncertainty. As the uncertainty builds up in the movie scenes, as the climax builds up, how does the suspense grows in the mind of the participants who is experiencing these stimuli or these movie clips. The movie is about 8 minutes movie. It's from a television series which is called Bang, used by Alfred Hitchcock. And in this movie, we have looked at young adults, which is 18 to 35 years in total number of 111 participants. And when you look at the behavioral ratings of the participants, as the uncertainty increases and the scenes becomes emotionally very intense, okay, in that time the participants essentially gives a rating which is not a discrete rating, it's a time varying ratings. Okay, so they are moving a slider in order to give a ratings, and in that ratings essentially they are talking about, you know, their responses as it builds up because of the increase in the uncertainty of the movie scenes. And it also makes a descent, meaning like it goes down as the suspense get released. Okay, and these we thought could be very well explained if we go back to the framework of what is known as the predictive coding. Okay, where people are actually making predictions about the future scenes and the future outcomes. And when we put it in the parcel of, like, you know, predictive coding mathematical framework, then in that case we can say what is the perception change through beliefs and how does these actually translate into their actions, and where is the mismatch between their predictions and the actual outcome. And that is what actually leads to what is known as the prediction error, right? And we make predictions because brain is not a passive sensory motor analyzer, but it a prediction machine, because it makes a prediction all the time, actually, about time and space, right? About beliefs and non-beliefs, right? About decisions. So the log probability, which is this last term over here, actually accumulates evidence. The more evidence in favor of certain kind of predictions, that actually gets favored over the other types of predictions. And this is not the theory that we proposed. This has been there for centuries by well-known giants in the field, including Landley, Kahneman, and Tversky, and as well as von Neumann and Morgenstern, as well as James, who have all talked about Bayesian decision theory and the expected utility in terms of making decisions, and how this expected information gain and cost is very much related to the way our emotions actually works. Okay, only thing is that whether the emotion is actually a Bayesian conditional, you know, process, that has not been very clearly demarcated by people or researchers, and that is what actually we kind of try to understand or investigate in these questions. So we looked at essentially these age group participants. We had the facial emotion recognition task for these participants because every movie has characters and actors which has faces. So therefore substantial amount of processing is dedicated towards face processing itself. So we wanted to find out that how much it is actually, how the participants are responding, how their behavioral response is changing in order to processing the face recognitions. Okay, and the same participants were watching these movies, and we had essentially two groups. As you can see, one is a young group and other one is an older group, which is exposed to the same set of stimuli. And the first time in the literature, we took a continuous rating, which was not even there in the literature actually, because many of the people were kind of looking at discrete scales in kind of rating happy, sad, angry, and all those kind of, stimulus. Now, if you look at the responses of the participants, which I have shown you earlier, you can see over here how the uncertainty and arousal actually increases with the build-up of the uncertainty in the movie clips, and there is an opposite relation to the lowering of the valence. So the rating of the valence actually goes down, suggesting that uncertainty parametrically modulates affective processings or emotions. Okay, and when we are talking about valence, be careful that we are not talking about, like, specific category of emotions like happy, sad, neutral, etc., etc. We are actually kind of putting all of them into one single bucket because it is a dynamic stimuli. The other interesting part is that if you look at the ratings, these ratings actually shows you that there is a significant difference between the young individuals themselves in terms of their variability, but those variabilities are kind of faithfully obeying the entire median dynamics of this system. And as well as if you look at the difference between arousal and valence, there is substantial or significant difference in the behavior. The other interesting part is we could actually classify these scenes into highly intense emotional experience scenes, which were about 5 of them, and there were low intensity emotional experience, which were about 5 of them, when the suspense essentially get released in the movie scenes. And this was compared with a control condition where the participants generally experienced a neutral emotional experience. When we look at the same participants under the face recognition task, what we find is that there is a higher behavioral variability in general in old for all of the emotion categories, including anger, disgust, fear, happy, sad, and surprise. And there is a difference in accuracy between young and old. Generally, that positivity bias that I have started with is very much evident or supported by these data. Okay, but the moment we move from this facial recognition or facial emotion recognition task towards something like more like video clips or dynamic stimuli, where the small video clips are presented with positive, negative, and neutral valences, you start seeing that positivity bias disappears. So that question comes, that why does the positivity bias actually disappears as soon as you kind of introduce these dynamic stimuli for the same group of participants. And when you look at the movie, which is time varying continuous change in the stimulus, you can see that elderly actually have a very large variability, specifically in the uncertainty condition compared to arousal and valence. So we wanted to evidence of positivity effect in old and more variable uncertainty in the elderly individuals data. And in order to understand that, we came to sort of like a summary of this part, that accuracy or subjective rating are not necessarily a good predictor of the emotional changes between young and old. Discrete and dynamic stimuli substantially differs in terms of the way this positivity effect actually is reflected in the data, and there is a conserved increase in the behavioral variability irrespective of, like, what you use. The other interesting thing that we looked at is how two brains get coupled, which is called inter-subject synchronization, right? That when you are watching the same movie clips, you are having the same kind of emotional experience, perhaps your brain are more synchronized as opposed to in other conditions. So therefore, this measure, which was proposed by Samuel Nastase from Uri Hassan's group, where they looked at higher ISC scores as reflecting higher similarity between different individuals in spite of their neurocognitive bias, okay, and lower ISC scores, which means more variability between individuals, can be applied in this data as well. And what you find out, if you ask these questions, does behavioral experience reflect the neural engagement pattern? And the answer is yes. Higher engagement during highly intense emotional experience. So two brains share essentially the same kind of intense experience as is sort of like, predicted by these analyses. The other interesting thing is, if you look at this question, that are the ratings that you found is kind of, fluctuating with sort of like, attention and attentional deployment by the participants, you do find that there is a difference between the ascent versus descent versus control condition when you look at these inter-subject correlation at the whole brain level, suggesting that it is not driven by the attention, it is actually driven by the content of the movie. Of course, attention is somewhat needed in for engagement towards the stimuli. The second part is the question where we wanted to know what are the brain areas, which is predominantly representing uncertainty in this case. So in this case, the areas which are marked over here, mostly coming from the anterior regions, or which is known as the part of subdivisions of prefrontal cortex. So many of the prefrontal cortex which are located in the anterior divisions of the brain are the ones which showed activations when the subjects were, or the participants were like processing these informations, both in young as well as in elderly, but there was a differential response. Do we have time? I can have 10 more minutes. Okay. Okay, with questions. So I have to finish. Meaning I am almost done. Okay, I'll fast track it. So these are the brain areas which we found between the highly intense emotional experience versus neutral experiences. When you compare them, ascent greater than control, these are the areas essentially which are located in many of the regions which are substantially dedicated for variety of different cognitive processings. And more interestingly, many of these areas has been suggested by the extant literature or existing literature has been useful for like threat detection, value encoding, anxiety, attention, learning and decision making, as well as self-related processing, autobiographical memory and variety of processes. And that is not very surprising because these are the areas which are all possibly used during the processing of the task or because of the nature of the task. Okay. But we are very much interested in these sort of areas which are located in lateral orbitofrontal cortex and medial orbitofrontal cortex, but not necessarily heuristically, but because of the evidence that whether out of all these n ROIs or regions of interest, if there are certain regions of interest which processes these stimuli in a hierarchical manner. So in order to test that, what we did a Bayesian hierarchical regression model. These type of models, just for the interest of the students, is little bit better than the multiple t test that we often use when we are doing essentially parametric processing of the fMRI data, because in this case you can account for all the different factors such as arousal, valence, uncertainty using one single statistical procedures, and you can find out essentially that what is the main effect of those variables, okay, on the total outcome of the bold signal variability, right, or the fMRI signal variability. So in this case, kind of moving fast forward this process, if I go back and show you sort of the results, the result shows that there are very high evidence, or which is known as posterior probability distribution or posterior evidence, which is coming from these LOFC, MOFC and insular cortex and all those areas. And there was less evidence which was coming from the other areas of the brain, okay, such as amygdala, which has been actually anchoring in fear processing and various other processes. And when we looked at essentially the overall results, we found uncertainty parametrically modulates these widespread cortical and subcortical activations, and there is an increased activity in the prefrontal region with increased uncertainty in the stimulus which was presented to the participants. and decreased activity in the limbic regions with increased uncertainty. And therefore, I think this tells us very important roles of emotion processing and emotion regulations along with the reward processing that is carried out by various regions of these brains, which are importantly found out to providing different modulations during the suspense experienced by the participants while they were watching these movies. And between the two groups, between young and old, we found that the young uncertainty, okay, was substantially actually different from the elderly individuals, and there was a difference in the LOFC activations as well as the evidence that was LOFC is providing. So a summary of these is uncertainty possesses like greater explanatory power than actually valence for complex emotional dynamics, and the main effect of the uncertainty was significantly more than the valence condition. And there is a evidence for a widespread prefrontal activation with increased uncertainty, and there is a decrease in the activity with this increased uncertainty. Okay, so that's where I think I will stop because I don't have time to show you more data and more analysis, but just a broad take on these. I'll just go back to, yeah. That's true. I'll just kind of end it with a comment from Alfred Hitchcock that there is no terror in the bang, it's only in the anticipation of it. Okay, and because the participants were anticipating the terror in the bang which was about to happen when the boy was supposed to pull the trigger, okay, that's when the brain activity changes in so complex way as we find out. And there was a mismatch of this uncertainty in the elderly group as the way uncertainty was computed in their brain as compared to the younger individuals, and that mismatch in the uncertainty may be a root cause of the way elderly individuals experiences other emotions. So with that, I'll thank you for your attention and we can take some questions.
Okay, if everybody's okay with that, we'll go with that. We will, so what we are going to do now is get all the speakers onto the dais, and we will have questions for all of them. You could post your question as part of it, okay? May I request all the speakers from the morning to please take the stage. I will give it to you.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So the yeah, it is. It is. It is. So I didn't have time. Yeah. We have some. Yeah.
Hello. So my question is, if you think about uncertainty in terms of predictive coding framework, then would uncertainty, the interpretation, the subjective interpretation of that uncertainty not determine the influence that it will have on the affect? In the sense that if the interpretation of that uncertainty is
Paying attention in the last. Can you repeat it?
okay, so if we think about so if we think about uncertainty in terms of predictive coding framework, would uncertainty not affect the affect in terms of its subjective interpretation rather than the objectively or the uncertainty that is present in the environment, in the sense that if the prediction generated from that information is along the positive lines, then would the influence that it will have an effect, will that not be also positive instead of just negative? Is it
I'm still trying to parse that question and trying to understand what you asked, but there are, in this case, particularly the data that I presented or the experiment that I presented here, we were talking about specifically outcome uncertainty, right? Which is one kind of uncertainty. There could be also other possibilities for doing experiments to kind of address more clearly the environmental uncertainty that you are hinting at, because here the environmental uncertainty was captured through the stimulus, and there was an uncertainty which was created essentially in the stimulus in certain frames, to which the participant essentially responded in certain ways. But we never said in some sense whether the uncertainty has a negative or like a positive sort of like, impact. But many literature, as I cited during my presentation, sometimes relates uncertainty to negative stimuli or uncertainty as a negative emotion categories. But in the prominent, like, emotion categories, you will never see uncertainty appearing as one of the emotion category per se. However, uncertainty, what we figured out, is depends on the way you operate it, right? What is your operational definition of the uncertainty, and how you essentially implement it in your task conditions when you are trying to come up with objective measures, because or subjective measures, okay, because that will actually have a direct impact on the behavioral response of the participants, because uncertainty being so key parameter, as we figured out during this work, it had a direct, impact on variety of affective processing, whether it is positive or negative. Okay, but we never tried to kind of classify it, okay, in that way.
if the outcomes that are predicted, if they are positive instead of negative,
Right.
that create a positive influence?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And there are also, we are talking about uncertainty in affective processing in this case, but uncertainty could be also present in sensory processing, right? Yeah. There could be sensory uncertainty, and those sensory uncertainty may have a very important kind of consequence on the overall processing of other higher order cognitive functions, right? And it could also have an uncertainty in, let's say, remembering things, right, in memory as well, right? Memorizing things, memorizing context, memorizing situation, memorizing objects, words, whatever. But in this case, specifically, the question was from the very beginning to look at the affective processing of the individuals. And it seems that those people who are suffering from some of those disorders that I was talking about, in many of these cases, uncertainty actually creates or impacts it in more negative way rather than more positive way. Okay, I don't know. Maybe you would like to make a comment on that. You're more eligible than me on this.
Well, the kind of work is completely outside my wheelhouse, but I would say, I mean, that was one of my questions when I was listening, is that, the state of the individual, for example, in the older population, one of the things that I was thinking is that specifically after the COVID situation, right, there's a lot of insecurity with respects to their financial status or their, security in life, and uncertainty is a big, the social science part of my brain just ends up there. So how would this play out in individuals who are coming from, say, who are currently living within a lot of livelihood uncertainties, for example?
It's a great example.
Yeah.
There are studies which has actually reviewed, in fact, like post-COVID situations, right? How it impacted in variety of domains. They have clearly talked about like the role of the uncertainty in cognitive flexibility. Okay, so the cognitive flexibility was really affected actually post-COVID in many different domains, and these had certain kind of direct impact because of the uncertainty that people had, but uncertain situation that people had. But then it really, when you are doing laboratory controlled experiments actually and not actually doing field studies, there are also the of it, and that will probably dictate the kind of outcome that you are finding in your data. Okay.
In your good work, nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, question is that you have emphasized a lot of modeling and analyze the
Right.
data.
Right.
Is there any efforts to see the same different types of different paradigm designs or tweaking the paradigms and see the data, then where your models are, same model is being applied and see how things are. The reason is the models are fantastic and you are understood. I mean, you given.
So this was experimental data, fMRI data. The model was used for understanding the experimental observations.
Correct, correct.
There is also effort in the other directions, which actually, because this came out of Gargi's PhD thesis.
Okay.
One part of the PhD thesis also was to look at essentially that if you are feeling anxiety, okay, during the resting period, for example, not in the task situation. So because we have introduced uncertainty during the task.
Okay.
But if you are feeling uncertainty in the resting situation, before you actually get uncertainty during the task condition, okay, because that will actually give you some connections between how state uncertainty of individual subjects may impact their outcome uncertainty processing. So she did that experiment and collected fMRI data. I have not presented that data over here.
That is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Thanks.
I have few questions. First from the Panjan sir. So first question comes that does uncertainty play a role in the learning abilities of the person, in the sense they would be able to engage them more properly? Like if I read a thriller novel and there is a cliffhanger in between, I would be more prone towards like, okay, I want to know what is happening in that.
Right, right. So after this work was published, there was a publication on this work or the outcome of the study in Telegraph magazine. So the title is what you are essentially talking about. They said like, we hate the spoilers, right? So when you are watching a very movie in the climax situation and then the advertisement comes, you say, gosh, this advertisement, we don't like it. I hate the advertisements. There are YouTube subscriptions which allows you to actually stop the advertisements to come, right? So essentially your uncertainty graph actually is probably following the one I was showing in my presentation. And suddenly you have been taken to that descent phase where the suspense was got released because of that advertisement, right? So you have a build up and then you have a release. And there's an abrupt break actually from that build up while you are continue to experience that emotion, right? Yeah. Does it-
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I have questions as well.
So just I wanted to take 1 minute or maybe 1 second to not talk about Gargi's work or like our contribution to this literature. We should all remember this movie was made by Alfred Hitchcock. So therefore, we should give thanks to Alfred Hitchcock for making such a movie which terrorize or give people, individuals those kind of experience, right?
Thanks, Arpan. That's a really Thanks. Yeah, that's a really tall order. You know, I think we had a very interesting series of talks. They were ranging across wide series of topics here. I'm not sure that there's a common theme that necessarily top of the talk and my talk in terms of sensory processing and potentially multi-sensory interactions. Um, the sensory things are probably important in the movies as well. Because we tend to focus on the movie as a visual experience, but the auditory experience is also very, very important. And that sort of relates to audiovisual speech and our ability to register emotions in a very, I think it said emotion is the old, it's a very primitive brain function, right? So it's there in even the reptilian brain. So I think some of the consequences of that are, um, we always have this struggle between the emotional or reptilian brain, as we like to call it, and the neocortical, cognitive, more recent primate brain. And emotional processing is very, very fast in the brain. In fact, you can record neural response before they get into neocortex. And specifically using the term neocortex because the much of the what we call cortex is actually neocortex that is evolved. With in terms of our normal so there's some convergent themes. Would you like to?
Uh, so, so actually, what I'm thinking when we're discussing all this sensory aspect or the uncertainty. So, I was thinking that okay, we can simply, I mean, we can come up with a simple, very simplistic model. I believe that the uncertainty, can I call it say prediction problem? Because in our life, doing since morning until we go to our bed, right? Everything is based on prediction, whether we should do it or not. And here, very interesting thing is that the two state. Let's say if I'll explain using some Markov model, you must have if you have not heard, just Google it. Markov model, it says that there are two transitions. Let's say we are in state here now, I'm this state, and I will transit to the other state because everything, whether the language, whether the motor skill, everything is based on these two kind of things, initial and final state, and they are connected with two things. One, the time, how much time is taking, right? Another is their sensory or I mean the sensory connection, how strong they are. And based on that, we can explain all this ability, whether it's the uncertainty, whether it's the sensory processing, everything we can explain. And also we can connect to different kind of problems. Those we're suffering with, let's say, neurodevelopmental problems, any kind of, right? So when I'm just like Arpan asked that, okay, can we sum up this thing? What I feel that, of course, we are doing science, fundamental science, and without fundamental science, we cannot come up with the technology. So let's say we did the science, we understood this is the mechanism or this is the area getting affected, what Debanjan presented, or when we are talking about the sensory processing, we presented some of the other things. But can we translate this thing to some kind of usable techniques or maybe methods? Because in the neurodevelopmental problems, there is no medicine. So the question is, can we come up with some kind of because only what you can do, just like in the brain, I understand. I mean, just like I told you, that I came here and I told here that I'll not work on the brain science. And finally, today I'm talking here, the same place, about the brain science, right? So brain science is very interesting. And I believe that the brain, what we do, we either we measure the brain or we manipulate the brain. So can we do this kind of things? Let's say by somehow we can manipulate the brain and achieve some of our goal where there is no medicine, right? Whether you talk about the autism, whether you talk about the Alzheimer's, whether Parkinson's, everything. So can you do something like that? So I believe that yes, in some occasion we can address the problems in those parts, right? So this is how we can bring science, behavior, society, everything together. Okay, let me give you one example. Let's say in case of autism, because autism is a very big problem, and one out of maybe it's written 70, but I believe that it's more than that. Because when I travel in the train, I see many children, and even of course those who we all are here. Sometimes they believe that we are all autistic, but our autism is less than the threshold. That's why we call ourselves that we are normal, but we all are autistic, right? So in the autism, the biggest problem is actually one of our hypotheses was this prediction impairment hypothesis. It published in PNS in 2014, and it is one of the highest cited paper now in the autism domain. So let's say in the autism, actually the world is completely magical for them. So uh, because it's magical, let's say if I'm showing you some magic, right? Let's say I'm doing some trick. I'll not tell magic. I'm doing some trick, and I'll ask you, and if you are not able to understand the trick, you will say, oh, this is magic. But if you understand the trick, it's nothing, right? So that means it's a magic when you are not able to understand. Let's say you are waiting for your friend in a bus stop. You don't have mobile phone. Just go back 30 years back when we don't have the mobile phone, and one bus will come at this time, and you are waiting for your friend. Yes. So let's say the bus will supposed to be in your place by 12 noon. It's already 1. The bus has not come. And slowly, when time lapse, time will increase, then your anxiety will go up and up, right? So this is one of the very big problem in autistic children. So the question is, can we manipulate some of the aspect? Let's say, if I'm telling, let's say this is a sensory problem. So maybe in the some sensory modality, let's say if I want to understand and if I'll do, let's say some kind of we can develop the gaming kind of environment where they'll play. Initially, I'll put them, let's say this is my knowledge base, and now autistic brain are here beyond my knowledge base. Doing some kind of, I mean, closed loop kind of monitoring, can I bring their knowledge base from there to this box? Then most probably I can bring them to the very close. Maybe I cannot make them complete normal. These do some of their ability, I mean, the task which they're not able to do because of this anxiety or because of this uncertainty, what we are talking about, right? So this is one example, but many occasions we do this. Again, we are also working on one technology. Okay, let me highlight for the autism event. This is called the AI vest. So, you know, just like few of the experiment, the EEG experiment we in the autism. And generally, we know that sometimes when something is said or our friend we hug, right? Hug means we give a pressure. So that pressure work very well, right? So the question, can we bring down this anxiety just by some pressure, right? So we are making a vest where we have all the sensors which will monitor physical parameter of the body, and it will see, let's say, if I'm, let's say, very hypersensitive, my basically the main goal is to bring down or to make a balance between your autonomic nervous system, right? Parasympathetic and sympathetic. This is the main goal. So just let's say I increase the pressure and I'm monitoring your heart rate, everything. And when I find that okay, it's coming the normal level, all of a sudden I'll deflate my one vest. So this is a one kind of pressure control vest, and the AI will monitor. And in that way, we can maybe change some behavior of these children. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because there are you can work from different, because we have 5 sensory modalities. These are the input organs. So you have to, yeah.
I just wanted to add to that intervention very small point, maybe that after that I can pass it to you. So um, one thing is essentially what if you do basic science, okay, the fundamentals of science. So if you observe like the outcome of the things, there are certain key things that you can take home. So, for example, related to your point of Markov processes for explaining, uncertainty or misrepresentation and all. In this data, I didn't have time to show it. There was a very interesting finding. That interesting finding is that we apply hidden Markov model in the time series data that you get from the lateral orbitofrontal cortex. So you find essentially for the younger individual, there is not frequent state transitions. So the younger individuals can hold their state for a longer period of time, whereas the elderly individuals have a more frequent state transition, suggesting they don't stick to one thing for long enough time. Okay. And they essentially have very transitory behavior. Okay. And lateral orbitofrontal cortex was as one of the region of interest which kind of showed these sort of like, state update. And there was a second very interesting finding in that was that there was a time scale separation. The time scale separation was when you were looking at the intrinsic time scales, found out that the LOFC generally takes a longer time to integrate the informations as compared to the other modalities. So now, if somebody say that I want to do an intervention so that the time scale can be brought at the level of the younger, let's say, individuals, or maybe those who are suffering from some kind of depressions, their timescales may be already, one can speculate, it's different from the normative controls. So maybe there is some intervention techniques in which these timescales and the state update can be brought closer to the control individuals. If that is possible, then I think that's a major step in terms of achieving both, the intervention that works, as well as like getting the insight from the science. Why does it work the way it works? Okay. So that's one thing I thought like is very useful. And since you mentioned about AI has the potential actually to come up with like some kind of models that can test actually what set of brain features will be very critical for developing those type of intervention strategies, or even if not a permanent cure, but kind of alleviating the symptoms to a significant extent. So that's what I just wanted to mention.
Yeah, mostly in all the AI kind of meetings, always I give my opinion that whatever you see, these are actually nothing close to the real AI. And we, the neuroscientists, will give the real AI because all these models are completely static. But you see the biological neural network, they are completely dynamic, and we don't have the dynamic network. And how come we can say that this is, the true AI? This is not actually the true AI. Maybe this is the time has not come yet, but maybe down the timeline in next 20 years, we'll be able to see the real AI.
So few of the things that I think, again, I have been thinking that I heard this series of talks, and I'm not an AI person, neither have I done a lot of mechanistic experiments in the laboratory, but I can say from my engaging with field realities that uncertainty is one of the most devastating human experiences that that can have an impact on mental health, especially true for children who are severely traumatized. And they are traumatized because at every single time they are trying to predict when the next danger is going to pop up their way. This is one of the biggest problems. And in doing that, this predictive coding, I think we are just different. We are using different languages, but we are trying to come at the same results. I think this is mechanistically at least a very interesting way to look at to match these problems back onto a science framework, to try and understand what are these crucial developmental windows where children are especially vulnerable, at what stage, if we can intervene with certain
flips, as you said, if we can turn in, because medicines, let's face it, they can do very little, and none of the psychoactive drugs are very benign. They have a whole host of their own set of problems. So I do think there are social implications everywhere. And I think it would be great if, as scientists, the entire community can also agree upon collaborating and integrating multiple types of expertise in trying to study these pervasive social problems. That's sort of a bird's eye take.
So this is to Professor Satyan and maybe Taban can add. So at some point, sometime back, one of my master students was interested in looking at. So this is just observation from random observations on the net that musicians who are congenitally blind uh, hardly make any hand gestures while singing. So they are kind of like most musicians who indicate the going up and down. So you can actually check out this is 100% true unless the keep been trained to act out. You know, there are years where you can see that and of course, so when you look at people who are either visually challenged or auditorily challenged, and if you look at the theory of so the gestures are in some sense uh, concurrent with word expressions. It can be either meaning, syntax, or semantics, or it can be tonal in some sense. So so people, when say for example, people who are visually challenged trying to learn speech, and if the visual structure is important for getting the phonetic way of the words, then there is a other than just you need to actually also compensate for not just reading but access to that grounding, right? The visual input adding to the tone of the word, and so same way on the other side also, right? So do you think that if you intervene by actually providing, say for example, for people who are you try to compensate for that missing link, like for example, sharp indicate sharply. I mean, these things come out because of, in some sense, because the structure of that socket makes sounds which are concurrent with those right. Sharp objects produces sharp blobby objects. We almost sometimes say, person is gigantic but sounds like a mouse. Like so there's an expectation or in some sense of larger and smoother structures putting certain frequency. And I guess that's what is sort of coming out from your studies. So is there a way by which you can accelerate learning in those people by compensating for, this missing cross modal in some sense?
This question just in a different, just is there any way kind of think tools and you are thinking and all of you are developing that AI and other things, can this kind of children or situations, basically all this sensory deprivation Joby was mentioning, we can bypass this and give them an experience so that they are now doing better? Kind of
Yes, this is a very interesting kind of observation also we observe. So even the blind children, the age range is 25 years. So they're all not children, also adult, I can say. Also, we found that yes, they're also compromised with their language skill. But in the same time, when we started teaching them, you cannot imagine, or you cannot, I mean, yesterday there is an interaction at the hospital where some US delegation came to India to see, meet some of the children, and the way they're talking, the way they're, I mean, pronunciation, everything, fabulous. Actually, we are providing them some kind of, I mean, to expedite their learning process, we are providing the right kind of teaching. So there is one NGO in Delhi, it's called the Silver Lining. It's a very good NGO and it's being run by one blind person. Um, and the way they teach them, and I can see, I mean, we have not quantitative, qualitatively measure, but I can see behaviorally it's a huge improvement. And of course, it can be done. And coming to the other aspect, let's say the sensory deprivation which was there. Let's say I was also working on problem about to understand their spatial imagery skill. And just like Devanjan also telling that your timing can manipulate the timing so that it can be faster or something like that. Spatial imagery skill also I found it's being developed. I mean, from when I track from 2 to 6 months, all of them are developing different trajectory. Some are developing within 2 months, some are developing within 4 months after the sight restoration when they start seeing this world. Of course, the nature takes its own course, but with the nature, if you can do some kind of intervention, you can make it faster. Because already their architecture is there, they're already grown up, right? So now you need to give them the training kind of things, and it can develop.
So, Tapan addressed your question from the intervention side. So let me focus on the basic science side. So I think one of the things that I always try to emphasize, I was talking to a student earlier in relation to a different question, is we tend to think of the brain as very modular. And to some extent, that helps us think in a very easy way about different parts of the brain. But it turns out that this modularity is just really an oversimplification. The brain is a heavily networked machine. We think of speech, for example, as primarily auditory on the perceptual side. But visual speech, the visual component to speech is very, very important. The classic McGurk effect. You can have a lot of visual effects on what you hear. People who are blind, they have a completely, you could say the state of their network is completely different because they have not, especially people who are born blind, they've never had that visual experience. They have never experienced color. We were talking about color. They've never experienced color. So they have to learn about color purely by inference. And it turns out that examinations, principally through fMRI of people who are congenitally blind, has shown that this vast swaths of visual cortex are actually they're not obviously engaged in vision. To some extent, they're engaged in being more responsive to the other senses, but they're also very much involved in language processing. So why that is not completely clear. So I was not aware that blind musicians don't have gestures, but I think they have a lot of grimaces. To what I've seen, and certainly some of the South Indian musicians. And yes, right. So all I can speculate is that the network is in a completely different state based upon their experience, and maybe their language system is more powerful. It has actually been shown. There's some very early studies, in fact, an ancient Hebrew proverb that suggests that congenitally blind people have actually superior verbal memory, and this has been empirically demonstrated in the modern era. Their verbal memory is superior to people who are not congenitally blind. So maybe they don't have a need for this in the model. I don't know the answer to that, but I think the point is that their network is in a different state, and so their multimodal experience is very different. So maybe their audio tactile integration is much better than it is in normally sighted individuals.
Last question before we take the last. Thank you. I'm Suman Shah from Arpan's lab. My query is regarding the decolonization of the data as a basic step to start from the talk. We're talking about the connecting fundamental theories to the translation. So as a basic start, I think I would like to know about your views. My question is to all the panel members is like, what about the decolonization of the data that you have or we have, and what we can think of that decolonization?
Decolonization
of the data, like it can make it open source, or should we keep it personal for our use only, or we need a decolonization?
Oh yeah. So I mean, there is an international trend now to making data much more open source, right? And I think we're all going that way. So open science framework. So we are posting all our data now on open science framework. many journals are actually requiring this as a precondition. Um, the question there is, how much work have you put in? To what extent are post raw data? One of the challenges in our field with fMRI is we can post the data. We have no problem in posting that, but there's a lot of textual information that doesn't necessarily get posted, and this is what we call lab lore, right? So when a new student or postdoc comes to the lab, they learn how things are done, and this is true of every. There's a lot of things that it's not there. So how you exactly, you try to replicate that experiment with all the data provided, you may not get the same result. And that may be because one lab, they always do their imaging experiments at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The other lab, doing it at 9 o'clock in the morning, completely ignoring the diurnal rhythms, caffeine intake, sleep, all these variables that are there and are just not. So I think we are still, and that's an example in our field, human cognitive neuroscience. Same is true of, rodent experiments. I mean, lab lore. The experiments are done in this particular way in this particular lab, and like I used the term prisoners earlier. All data that we produce are also prisoners of the experimental paradigms that they're conducted in. So the only way we can get around that is for us to be aware of the problem, and we can try to document some of these things. It runs into a tension against, in terms of printed journals and in the online journals to some extent, space restriction. How much information can you put in all that? So, but the more we're aware of these, I think the more we can sort of disseminate that information. And I completely agree. I mean, open source, that's the way it has to be. We have to share that. But it's also, can also be a trap because somebody else can look at that information and take it in a completely different direction, which may or may not be.
Just I wanted to add, I think Chris has already covered most of it. Makes sense in terms of the data sharing that is actually visible all over the globe right now. Partly because the journals also wants it that way, and there's a problem with that is that sometimes the clinical data is hard to share actually openly, and many of the hospitals and places where there is clinical research going on, there will be privacy and agreements actually which don't allow the researchers necessarily to share all the data. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind when we are talking about data sharing protocols, because there were also cases in the past. Secondly, I would think it, in my opinion, more than the data that is actually shared, the raw FMRI data or any kind of metadata, I think it would be more beneficial if people actually share the way they have done the analysis. Okay, because I think the experiments people can do in their own lab as well by reading, the paper. They can find out how the experimental conditions were set and how the data was occurred, things like that. You can see many of the big consortium projects like CAN, Human Connectome Project, European Brain Project, all of them more or less in their sites follow very similar protocols. End of the day, when they collected the data, they also agreed upon. Okay, so they were minimizing the heterogeneity that is site specific, because otherwise, you do need harmonization of the data. Okay? So, in my opinion, the data analysis and the way you are actually curated the data, with quality control, as well as post process the data, analyze the data, actually would be more useful for the entire community rather than only thinking about availability of the open access data.
Let's thank the morning speakers again for wonderful talks and an engaging discussion that followed it. Please take the discussions to the lunch, continue with your questions, and make sure that you engage with them and get as much as possible from them, and they get as much as possible from you, basically. So I'll
Thank you, Rishi. Also, let's thank Rishi for chairing this session. Great chair. And the other announcement is we come back here at 2:15 for Dr. Pratap Sharan's talk from AIMS. Yep, let's go for lunch.
Hello. Hello.
Hey. Director, thank you for coming. So thank you. You're welcome. I wanted to come. Sure.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome you back after lunch. It's a very pleasant day outside, and we are in for some exciting discussions in the afternoon as well. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce Professor Pratap Sharan from AIMS, Delhi, and Professor Sharan has been also a collaborator for some time in the flagship project of NBRC on common mental disorders. And he has been working in this area for more than 2 decades. He has a MBBS and MD in psychiatry from AIMS, as well as a PhD degree from PGI Chandigarh. And he's one of the rare MD PhD scientists which you will find who has been very active in the research domain. He is in the committee of ICD-11, which is one of the pioneering tools to assess neuropsychiatric disorders. And he has been contributing a lot in general in the area of mental health for students and fellows in AIMS as well. It's okay. So again, thank you everyone for joining us today, and thank you, Professor Sharan, for coming and giving this talk, and I welcome you for the talk as well as the panel discussion later.
I will use that mic.
No, so you will be, you will be using, So I will request you to keep your questions till the end of the talk, because we have to start the session afterwards.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to thank the Director NBRC and Dr. Arman, Dr. Arpan Banerjee, for giving me this opportunity. As he told you, I am more of a mental health person. The neuroscience is not exactly my forte, but I dabble, particularly with student thesis. I have been working with neuroimaging a bit, and with Arpan particularly, we have tried to do a project there, but some other projects along those lines are going on. So what I will be presenting is more a review rather than exactly coming from my own work in that sense. But since the topic was social brain, I thought it would be important that we see when social brain works, what happens, and when it dysfunctions, then what happens. A lot of the initial, I think 1/3 of the talk will be a kind of a revision for what would have happened in the morning. We know that because of social evolutionary pressure, human brains show a high degree of specialization for processing social stimuli, and that gave rise to the concept of social brain. This high complexity, however, also makes it vulnerable to dysfunction. So anything which is very complex can dismantle. And social deficits are defined as impairment in the capacity to integrate behavior, cognitive and affective skills to flexibly adapt to the social environment and the various demands. And if people are able to adapt well, they are said to be socially competent. But if they do not adapt well, they are said to be socially not so competent or socially incompetent. And these are judged by social standards. So there is no biological standard for it. It's about how the society will judge it.
there are a number of psychiatric disorders in which social dysfunction is seen. Actually, psychiatric disorders are diagnosed by social standards largely. So in a way, uh, a social dysfunction is at the core of saying that a mental problem is a disorder. So when in ICD-11, for example, when we say that a person has a psychiatric illness, they either should have very severe distress about the condition or they should have social dysfunction. So social dysfunction is kind of integral to the concept of mental disorder itself. And so it's not very kind of surprising when we say that there are multiple social dysfunction areas in people with schizophrenia, dementia, and depression, whom I will be covering in detail in today's talk. But there are many other conditions in which there are specific kind of problems, like with autism spectrum disorders, there is social communication deficit. In psychopathy, there is a dysregulation of empathy. In Kluver-Bucy syndrome, this is a relatively uncommon or rare syndrome. People are very docile and they may not be able to recognize the faces. In Hickey-Mori syndrome, this is a condition which is seen more in Japan, where people who are otherwise well educated, well to do, they decide to stay in homes and they will not do anything outside. So in that kind of a condition, they become a social recluse. We know that personality disorders are known for the relational difficulties. So there is obviously a lot of social dysfunction there. And there is also a rare syndrome known as Williams syndrome, in which the person becomes very uh, friendly with strangers, they are very jocular and so on. So that's another condition that has a significant amount of social dysfunction involved. To one thing to understand about social dysfunction is that it's a complex phenotype, in the sense that it is not something which is entirely defined by the biology, and even in biology there are different things which are playing a role. So a person could become socially dysfunctional because the society is not giving them adequate resources to kind of express their abilities. There can be basic cognitive domain deficits, like a person, if he has problems with attention or working memory or sensory processing, obviously he will not be able to do the more complex task of dealing with social situations. Then people may have certain social cognitive impairments, like the theory of mind concepts that you would have heard about. And finally, there are problems which may be coming directly from the social brain, and we'll see whether something like that occurs. In terms of neuroanatomy, I won't go into the details of this. There are kind of 5 broad domains: the perception network, the affiliation network, the aversion network. These are all kind of centered around the amygdala. And then there is the mentalizing network and mirror network, which are more related to higher levels of social integration. What we see here is that these networks are kind of broadly distributed over the brain, and 3 of these are kind of centered and are more basic. These are around the amygdala, and of these, the affiliation and the aversion networks are kind of close together. And similarly, in the other networks, the mentalizing and mirror networks kind of work together. So one thing to understand is that these networks are separate, but they are also interact with each other. Specifically about the social brain, we have to understand is that these networks are dynamic and hierarchical systems in which circuitry involved in simple and more automated processes, like for detection of socially relevant stimuli, they operate under the kind of supervision of circuitry which is involved in the higher order procession, like reflecting on one's or other person's mental state. So processing of a face will be considered a simple process, and theory of mind will be considered a more complex process, and one feeds into the other, but the other regulates the first. The other issue is that these networks overlap with other brain networks. So it's not as if they work independently, and also the social network, the 5 networks are not only interlinked with each other, they are also linked with other networks like the default mode network or with the salience network, and so on. And many structures in the social network also reason why DMN and that they are interacting with each other. The same kind of areas are subserving different functions. So sometimes one part of the looking into basic cognitive skills, another part will be looking into the social network skills. Very briefly about these 5 networks, the social perception network is about rapidly classifying stimuli as salient. So it is important for vigilance, and it interacts as expected with the salience network. The social affiliation network and the social aversion networks, they work, they interact with each other a lot. And the social affiliation network is connected with the mesolimbic reward circuitry because that gives coming from there. It also overlaps structurally with the default mode network. The social aversion network overlaps with the salience network because of the kind of problematic situation. One has to do something to take care of that. It finally works through the HPA axis, which is the final executor. So if there are aversive stimuli, it gets activated based on that. And one of the integrating centers for the social aversion network is the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis, which connects limbic together. In the mirroring network, this is used more for interpreting other people's overt actions. So it depends on that the facial expression and bodily gestures are simulated in the brain, and then they are able to kind of interpret as to what the other person is thinking or feeling. But this interpretation of overt actions. On the other hand, the mentalizing network, which subserves the theory of mind of the other person, is trying to understand what is going on in the other person's mind, even if it is not overtly presented. So it is both internally and externally oriented. The theory of mind network is not only looking at how the other person thinks, it is also something which is used for self-reflection. And this overlaps structurally a lot with the default mode network. In terms of neurotransmitters, what has been found is that most neurotransmitter systems like the dopamine, opioid, and GABA have adapted parts of their function to deal with processing of social stimuli. So they mainly subserve other functions, but to an extent they also are subserving the social networks. While few of systems, particularly the oxytocin vasopressin system and the serotonin system, have to some extent marked specialization of processing of social stimuli. So the core, if one has to think of one neurotransmitter which is socially oriented in that sense, it's oxytocin. The specialized neurotransmitter system seem to orchestrate the neural response by organizing the other neurotransmitters into acting together. But that is the overall thing. But if you look at it more minutely, I'll just give 2 examples here. Is that in social perception, dopamine is usually the neurotransmitter which brings about the concept of salience. That this particular thing is salient. It picks that up. But in case of social stimuli, it's the oxytocin which functions which operates on the and says that this is socially salient. So dopamine and oxytocin together are required to say that there is social salience. The oxytocin itself is modulated by by serotonin, which is the other hormone which is somewhat more specifically related to social stimuli. And on the other hand, if we look at social reward and social pain, these systems are subserved by dopamine particularly for the social reward aspect, but as earlier, oxytocin modulates dopamine activity, so it is important. Oxytocin and serotonin are in relation with each other, as in the earlier the social perception network. But in addition, there are other things like the opioid system is also something which modulates the dopamine, and the opioid system in its own way is modulated by oxytocin, cannabinoids, and so on. So there are many neurotransmitters which are functioning in these complex systems. I'll be talking mainly about schizophrenia, Alzheimer's, and depression because these are the most common and the most burdensome neuropsychiatric disorders, and also because social withdrawal is one of their first signs. So often, even before the illnesses are diagnosed, people have started withdrawing out of the zones. The other thing which is to be understood about social withdrawal, particularly, is that sometimes when there are certain deficits, people start withdrawing, and because of the withdrawal, the social stimulus that they're gaining becomes less, and because of that, the social cognitions abilities become even lesser. So there is a social cognitive difficulty which leads to social withdrawal, and social withdrawal leads to a poorer environment which leads to more social cognitive difficulties. If we look at schizophrenia, what we know is it's well known that people with schizophrenia have difficulty with social functioning, and they may have smaller social networks. They may not be able to work well, and they have difficulties in independent living. So the social deficits are quite significant. Social dysfunctions are also known to emerge early in life. So already by 4 to 6 years, it's seen that children who are going to become have schizophrenia later, they start, they are more lonesome and they like to play by themselves. By 13 years, people who are going to have schizophrenia are often having low self-confidence, and by 15 years, they are known to have more social anxiety. So what is clear is that social withdrawal often starts in adolescence much before the onset of the disorder, and it's probably a core feature of the disorder. And Hoffman has given a social de-afferentation hypothesis, which mentions that early social withdrawal may trigger in vulnerable individuals development of full psychosis through social deprivation. So there is social withdrawal, and that leads to a de-afferentation of of neurons, and that would lead to the development of psychosis. Once the psychosis develops, then it leads to even more social deprivation, and then there is a vicious cycle. Earlier, it was believed the social dysfunction was a part of cognitive impairment or a part of negative symptoms. So if in the pre-morbid situation, it is believed the social dysfunction is coming out of the cognitive problems. And when a person becomes ill, it's believed the social dysfunction comes because of the negative symptoms of schizophrenia. However, what we find is that in clinical practice, that cognitive impairment is relatively subtle. Like if you meet a person with schizophrenia, you often don't feel that their intellectual abilities are lower, but the social dysfunction is very, very obvious. It's in your face. And meta-analytic studies have suggested that cognition, the basic cognitions like attention, memory, working memory, etc., they explain little variance in the functional outcome of schizophrenia. So in the social outcome, the core cognitive abilities are not playing a major role. On the other hand, there have been a lot of studies which show that there are impairment in social cognition like emotional processing, theory of mind, social perception, and attributional style. So it's been seen that social cognitive deficits are identified during pre-morbid status. The social cognitive deficits worsen as the illness proceeds, and they persist over life. So these are significant problems which are stably there. They are part of the trait of schizophrenia. Social cognition is only moderately correlated with basic cognitive skills and with negative symptoms, and it is not correlated at all with positive symptoms except for disorganization. So it means that social cognition is a dimension which is independent of negative symptoms of other cognitive processes and of positive symptoms. And so it's now believed that social cognitive errors may play a mediational role between basic cognition and social competence. So the reason why social competence was not affected by cognition was maybe that we are looking at very general entities. We should be looking for something more specific. Apart from the four that I had mentioned, there are other social deficits also which are known to occur in schizophrenia. This is reduced anticipation of pleasure from goal-directed action. People with schizophrenia often have a need for greater personal space, so they like to keep people at a distance. And they have increased stress response, particularly to psychosocial stresses. So they may deal with other stresses as other people, but when psychosocial stresses come, they seem to get more stressed. The brain structures and white matter deficits in schizophrenia is well known. Like from I think early 70s, there have been good evidence that people with schizophrenia have aberrant brain networks. And this has been seen with even before the illness has started. So when children of people with schizophrenia were studied, they also have brain-related dysfunctions. This has been seen in people with first episode schizophrenia. So it's not that the person becomes ill and then the brain dysfunction starts. It's there right from the beginning, and it tends to increase as the illness goes on. Some of the key regions involved in schizophrenia lie within the social brain area. Like there are a number of studies show that some of the areas which are dysfunctional will belong to the area of emotion control. Similarly, there are problems with the motor resonance, which is related to the mirroring system. And these are a part of the mirror and mentalizing networks. Then there are mentalizing related problems, which are related to areas in the mentalizing network. And apart in the mentalizing, what is seen is that the mentalizing network areas are either not functioning well or they are under functioning, but there are certain other areas which have taken over some of these functions, and they create kind of hindrance in dealing with mentalizing. So the issue is not only hypofunction, sometimes aberrant areas also start functioning. In perception of the face, it is seen that many of the areas which become problematic are in the social perception network, and similarly there are aberrant activation in certain other areas. Similarly, for voice perception, what has been found is the social perception network get affected, and there is aberrant activation in other areas. In terms of attributional style, again, it's seen that in the happy condition and the angry condition, and like if you're doing a fMRI study, when you give a stimulus to as an activation condition, people respond in certain ways, and certain abnormalities have been found in schizophrenia. And so one general kind of pattern is that there are hypofunction in areas where hypofunction is supposed to be there, and there is aberrant functioning in other areas where functioning is not expected to be there. Beyond social cognition, also in the other three areas which I had mentioned, like motivation, reward, anticipation, personal space, and stress-related social stresses, dysfunctions have been noted to be kind of reliably related to these dysfunctions in schizophrenia. In terms of neurotransmitter system, it's well known that dopamine system is the most kind of clearly problematic one in schizophrenia. So there is increase in presynaptic dopamine synthesis and release. And because of the high dopamine level and its involvement in salience, every stimulus in the environment might become salient. That's why if they kind of become so hyper vigilant and paranoid about things that are going on. In certain areas of the brain, the dopamine levels are low, and because of that, there is a problem with the social reward and pain networks. Low levels of dopamine also leads to disruption of learning processes involved in motivation. And dopamine systems are integrated with serotonin and glutaminergic systems, so they kind of relate with each other and lead to further problems. Other neurotransmitter systems are involved, including the corticotropin releasing hormone and oxytocin. and endocannabinoids, and these are important for the social withdrawal and social dysfunction in schizophrenia. In terms of social brain and Alzheimer's disease, behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia are observed in a number of patients. These are common to Alzheimer's disease, and they are seen not only with advanced Alzheimer's, they are also seen with mild cognitive impairment and in prodromal stages of schizophrenia. So even before the illness has been diagnosed, one may see some of these behavioral problems. One particular set of symptoms of behavioral and psychological symptoms is called the negative type symptoms. These involve apathy, avolition, emotional disengagement, lack of initiative and motivation, and it has been seen that this is at least partially independent of depression. So it is subserved by, look, the symptoms are different, and it's subserved by networks as well as neurotransmitters which are different from depression. In mild cognitive impairment, there's a higher risk of conversion into dementia if the negative type symptoms are present. And as I mentioned earlier, that there is a bidirectional relationship between social cognitive deficits and the networks. In a similar way, in apathy, there is a bidirectional relationship between apathy and social withdrawal. Apathy increases social withdrawal, and social withdrawal leads to more apathy. So as a result of these kind of symptoms, often there is social withdrawal, and it's been seen that social withdrawal may be the earliest recognizable symptom of Alzheimer's, and which may be seen up to 3 years before the final diagnosis is made. And there is a bidirectional relationship between social withdrawal and cognitive deficits, which is like, for example, people who complain of loneliness in their advanced ages, even when they're cognitively intact, it's been found that they may have more cortical amyloid burden, and they may be at a risk of late life dementia, because it's believed that the social withdrawal and the sense of loneliness is making they become they are in environments which are not very rich socially, and that leads to the neurological problems for them. At the level of mentalizing, there are what's seen in Alzheimer's is that advanced level mentalizing skills are lost first because they're more complex, and the basic levels are affected later. It's also seen that the mentalizing skills are not completely kind of determined by the basic cognition and executive functions. They, like when studies are done, one could see that they are partly correlated, not completely determined. The impairment severity has been, for example, been noted that the degree of impairment in mentalizing is correlated with atrophy in the mentalizing network regions. This correlation is much greater than what will be seen with the general kind of atrophy that occurs otherwise. Similarly, with apathy, the severity of apathy is more associated with degree of atrophy in the areas which are involved with social reward and the social aversion and mentalizing network. So I'm not going into each of these centers, but what is clear is that apathy is linked with the social network kind of progressive pathology rather than with the general cognitive pathology. Similarly, in terms of dysfunction of emotional recognition, it's seen that the areas which are involved are related to the social perception network and the affiliation network. In terms of abstraction and judgment, which are core cognitive skills, they are important because they affect emotional processing and social cognition. So certain correlations are seen with that and frontal cortex atrophy. And processing contextual information, again, it's seen that certain areas which are important for episodic memory are affected more. Certain areas which are important for value addition to the context, these are affected more. And one area which is very important for contextual information and is impaired in dementia is insula, because it connects the internal states the external context as well as the sensory information coming. So it's sits at the center of a number of inputs. In terms of the neurotransmitter system, I think I just mentioned that the cholinergic system is very important for negative type symptoms and apathy. But again, serotonin system is important for because it helps a person being calm. So if a person has low serotonin levels, they are more likely to be anxious and agitated. Dopamine system is again important for motivation, so it will affect apathy and cognitive functions. Okay. In terms of depressive disorders, it's now recognized that social dysfunction is independent of depression, partly independent of depression, and it can persist for years after recovery. So even when a person has ceased having depression, a person can still have social withdrawal, and social cognitive deficits will be connected with unemployment, disabilities, and decreased work performance. There are a number of areas in which social cognitive impairments are seen, like decreased motivation for social interaction, increased sensitivity to peer rejection, decreased cooperativeness, competition avoidance, and alteration in social decision makings. As expected, these dysfunctions will be there in the social reward and pain areas and in the mentalizing processes. So I think I will skip through some of these slides because basically what it shows is that social brain is involved with a number of individual functions that are seen in depressive illnesses. So for some of these things like social reward, it will be with affiliation network. Sensitivity to rejection is related to pain processing, so it will be related to the aversive network. Social exclusion will be related to social aversion network. Avoidance and social competition is reward as well as the pain areas. So on and so forth. And so the neurotransmitter system here is partly dependent on the opioid activity system and very significantly on the serotonin system. So these are kind of relatively well known, but hypersensitivity is also dependent a bit on oxytocin and serotonin system. So what we see is that in this photograph, what I'm trying to show is that a number of dysfunctions have been seen in these three different illnesses. Look at the spots which are impaired in only one condition. There are few of those. There are very few places which are abnormal in only schizophrenia or only depression or only Alzheimer's. Three illnesses. So if you see the red dots, they are far more common than the others. So in conclusion, brain shows several specializations for social stimuli processing, which includes neurotransmitters and neural networks. The social dysfunction are seen in several neuropsychiatric disorders and may be the first sign of the disorder in many of these situations. Subtle social cognitive dysfunctions could lead to the onset of the disorder. So they are a trait which has been there before the disorder has started. Social withdrawal could also contribute to worsening of the disorder and the social cognitive deficits through social stimuli deprivation. So because of withdrawal, the condition becomes worse. And social dysfunctions are partly independent of other symptoms or deficits, both cognitive as well as social cognitive impairments. Social dysfunction reflect defects in neural networks rather than specific regions. So it's the way the connections are malfunctioning rather than specific regions which are malfunctioning. And social dysfunction likely reflects alteration in the social brain. So it's not only with individual regions, it's about the way the whole, all the five systems kind of work together. So the other interesting thing is that many brain structures and neurotransmitters associated with social deficits are common across disorders. So there is the dysfunction appears to be specific trans-agnostic neural circuits. So there seems to be a problem with neural circuits which are not limited to individual disorders, and probably if we understand that, we'll come up with treatments which are across disorders and not only limited to individual disorders. So this is what I wanted to kind of talk to you. I don't know whether I made myself very clear, but thank you.
Very interesting, ideas I got from your talk. So one of the ideas that recently kind of proposed by our group and as well as few others, where we were using essentially artificial intelligence models in order to look at the mentalizing networks of the brain and trying to see the brain fingerprints, which can specifically differentiate between a model that is trained on certain fingerprints to diagnose autism and autism subtypes versus let's say ADHD. And it turns out that some of the brain fingerprints of those areas like temporoparietal junctions and others which you have mentioned in your talk were able to very successfully classify and identify the subtypes in autistic individuals. However, the same models which were trained on those kind of brain areas or brain fingerprints from fMRI data were failing to classify the ADHD individuals. So while you talk about essentially there is a transdiagnostic, kind of possibilities going forward in terms of overlapping brain areas and common brain areas which are involved in variety of disorders, there must be some specificity also to those disorders. So if you could comment on that, that would be very interesting.
Look, I think the more obvious thing is that there will be specificity. What I was trying to bring across was that there are certain commonalities. The three conditions that I have taken all include issues related to social withdrawal. So they will have certain, like ADHD is something where social withdrawal is not a natural kind of outcome. So, and it is generally believed in psychiatry that there are 2 or 3 conditions which kind of stand out as different from all the other disorders: ADHD, OCD, and mania. So they are about hyper of something or the other, while most of the others are about hypo. So these conditions probably will fit in the least well. The other conditions will also, it's not, most of it is partially overlapping. It's not as if it is isomorphic in that sense.
Hi. So it's really fascinating. I mean, I'm completely outsider, so this was the first lesson to human psychology for me. So what I'm wondering is, is there any way this network that you see, which are affected in social activity, are also at play in primates or other brains, and how different they are from the human network?
The social brain, the basic concept came from the understanding that as animals are evolving, they have to live in social groups, and social groups are necessary for their survival. And it's believed that a lot of primate evolution has been under the pressure for the socializing function. So it's not, primates seem to have to some extent mastered the physical world. It's the social work which becomes the more challenging thing. So a lot of isomorphism is seen between different levels of mammals, and particularly with primates. So it's possible to kind of a lot of what I talked about is not entirely from humans. A lot of these studies have actually been done in other animals, particularly in primates, but also sometimes in animals like rats and so on. So it's possible that there might be, I can't really talk it very kind of, I'm not speaking from a, it's a bit, yeah. similar kind of dysfunctions are there, and people have models for PTSD, for example. They have models for schizophrenia amongst primates. So it should be possible to kind of extrapolate from there and extrapolate from studies done there onto human beings.
One of the mirror neuron network, the one that is stored in the first discovered in China. So that is what is about mapping of file data. Then it had been also taken over by psychiatrists. How context. So I think yes, would find it.
Can I ask a question? Hello, thanks for this tour to social brain. So I have a question from your experience, because you are also practicing with the patients. So are you seeing that in general human beings, or you among your patients, there is an increasing rate of mental health issues like stress, anxiety, suicidal tendency? I'm not talking about those quote unquote PTSD or other conditions, a general thing across adolescent, teenage, maybe adult also. And if so, then do you have a kind of prediction why we are becoming more depressed? I see that many of the practitioners saying so. That's what.
It's not a very easy question to answer. Like, what we know for certain is that during COVID years, the rate of anxiety and depression increased by about 25%. So that's a mega level problem which affected a lot of people, and there is evidence, documented evidence, that the rates of anxiety and depression did increase. About the other things that we are seeing more people with illnesses, it's a little difficult to answer, in the sense that, like, I deal with student wellness at AIMS. So 10 years ago, we were seeing about 2% of students. Now we are seeing about 10% of students, but we expect that there should be at least 30% of students who should be coming to us. So a lot of it is not increase in the actual numbers. It is about services being available and being a little bit more accessible. So whether the rates are actually going up or not is difficult to say, but there are certain conditions, like, for example, internet gaming. This wouldn't have existed 30 years ago, it is existing now. So there are certain conditions which are going up. It's possible that some of the conditions which were dependent on poor nutrition and other things may be coming down. So it will depend on the kind of conditions that we are talking about. Many people believe that the modern living is more stressful. There are different ways of looking at it. Like, for example, 50 years ago, there were, in every family, there were children who would have died. There were infant mortality was high. People would die at 40 years of age. So it's not, certain kind of life event kind of stresses were much higher 2 generations ago. The hassles of daily living are much higher now. So whether this impacts mental health in a significant way or not is something which has not been well studied yet.
Or we are becoming more stress sensitive in today's world.
That's true, but also daily hassles per se are going up. So, but whether daily hassles will lead to a major depressive disorder is something that has not been kind of proven beyond doubt. And some of the conditions which used to lead to these problems have become a bit less now. So it could be going either way, but most likely it's at a balance. The people are more aware and they are coming for treatment to a much greater extent than earlier.
I have a question. So, what some of our own research we have been doing, we have seen that insula, particularly recently, we have found out to be seed of other kind of sensory kind of signals within the body. So, for example, your heart signals are maximally represented in insula. So, for example, then you can argue that the insular activation may be more at a physiological level in some sense, and it is kind of predictive of a lot of different, which you also kind of say, that predictive of a lot of, which makes it a little bit non-specific. Won't you agree? I mean, in terms of, if you want to track an insular network, so to speak, it will be a bit non-specific across different kinds of disorders. So taking that line of reasoning, are there certain kind of networks out of these 5 networks which you showed, which shows more sort of specificity, non-specificity kind of debate across when you put it across. You obviously said that as you transition, some of the symptoms are actually overlapping across these different kind of categories that we put. But is it something related to that? I mean, that those overlaps is maybe in these networks, maybe related to some of the more underlying basic physiological sensory signals that are kind of represented in some of these networks.
As you mentioned yourself, insula seems to be the most base. It's the most embodied.
Yes, embodied is the right
of
word.
of the nodes. Like the main nodes, which appear to be very important, like amygdala is very important for all kind of anxiety related and conditioning related issues. Insula is one which integrates embodied sensations as well as external sensory aspects as well as the social aspects. So it is probably the most non-specific or the most integrative of the nodes in terms of the areas in which it is going. Similarly, the ACC also integrates a lot of internal and external activities, and the medial prefrontal cortex is actually the overall area which is controlling a lot of networks in that. So these are the four relatively more core areas, and they are connected with a number of networks. So one could consider them non-specific, or you could consider them as integrating centers. It's the way you look at it.
No, so one of the hypotheses, I think Dipanjan also has worked on this. I mean, this idea of this autism being more of less of a significantly only frontal kind of a problem rather than a more sensory kind of predictive sort of processing impairment problem, rather than schizophrenia is more of a frontal kind of a problem. So would you agree with that kind of a demarcation in some sense?
I'm not in a position to answer. I haven't really looked at the literature on autism to that extent. So, and in clinical practice also, I don't see autism directly. I'm not a child psychiatrist, so my general reading is not there.
Hi. So firstly, it was a very intriguing topic for me. You summarized all of the great amount of literature in these slides for us. Thanks. Secondly, so self isolation was one of the primary things of all the topics which you discussed here, all the different types of disorders. So I was wondering if there is any like variance in the self-isolation degree, because all of those are affecting different abilities if you see overall spectrum of the disorders. So for example, philosophically, if you would say that I have been self-isolated from other people, but at the same time I'm interacting through the other people through, you can say, the digital forums, which are very much prevalent nowadays. Like so for example, there is a big community of what we say as cyber geeks, which love to interact through digital platforms, but are not clear to interacting with the people in really social context, like a real meeting or not. So is there a clear demarcation of what degree of social isolation is there between various disorders, and if there is a social isolation altogether or not?
The first question is easy to answer, that there are differences in social isolation. Like the degree of social isolation in schizophrenia is much more as compared to depression. And if you see the social cognitive deficits in schizophrenia, they are of a different nature, like mentalizing deficits of social cognitive deficits at even at the level of facial recognition is there in schizophrenia, but it will not be seen in depression. So depression will have more of the higher level mentalizing difficulties to an extent. Schizophrenia will have it right from the beginning till the entire spectrum. Similarly, Alzheimer's will, as it progresses, it keeps adding more and more social cognitive deficits along with cognitive deficits in. So that the levels are different, the types are different, that is kind of well understood. When you talk about social isolation in normal people, the things that I'm talking about are disordered groups with very severe level of problems. I'm not aware of studies in normal people, except what I could say is that if a person is very well socially integrated through social media, that person should not be considered as socially isolated in that way. The physical, it's not the physical thing, it's more about connections. The other side of it is that many people who are not on the social media or are connecting mainly through the social network, the internet kind of systems, they often do not have deep relationships, and that can be problematic. So a person may have a number, the network may be large, but the depth of the network may be very shallow, and that can create problems still. So they could still be lonely even if they are very networked. So it will have to be studied from that perspective.
Yeah, again a novice question. Is the extension of what he said. People could be still in sitting together in a group like this with friends, for example, but still be busy in their devices. And as a result of this, how much role oxytocin plays in the reward pathway in sustaining such a, because you need touch, you need eye contact, things like that, which will be lost, but you'll be physically present in a group.
A novice answer, because I'm as lost as you are. Oxytocin is considered the central social kind of neurotransmitter, even though from a reward perspective, including social reward, dopamine is the primary one, but it is regulated significantly by oxytocin and by serotonin. So these two are important neurotransmitters. And it's believed that oxytocin doesn't have a straightforward kind of response, in the sense that it is supposed to be something which gets people together, but it gets people together very well for a mother and a child. For romantic love, it's supposed to work positively for women, but in men it has a different kind of a role where there is both, there is much more of ambivalence. So it's not a 1:1 thing that it will lead to more love. It can lead to different kinds of responses, and that is because it is the total neurotransmitter system. There are multiple things which are acting together, so it's not straightforward in that.
Okay, so we'll close the session. Unfortunately, it was very interesting, but we have to start the panel. I just have a small announcement. We'll do a group photo in front of the stairs outside. So before you leave, so please be there. And thank you, Professor Sharan, for such an engaging talk.
One more announcement.
So I know there's some teachers over here and some other audience. So I request all of you, because at some point we are teachers also. If we are, this PhD students also, we teach some of juniors in the class or in the lab. So I want, considering that all of you are teachers, of course, some of us here, so we should all go to the panel discussion outside in the football room.
But group picture first. Let's do that.